Hey, welcome back to another contest for this Saturday at Kentucky Downs. Looking forward to it. There's a bunch of races, got a lot of big races, well over 100 players. The turf is firm. The weather looks beautiful in the Kentucky-Tennessee border where they have the Kentucky Downs farm with horse races on it, right? That's what it looks like to me sometimes anyway. So this first race is a 6.5 furlongs on the only track, right? That kind of looks like one of those keychains where you have the I forget that there's a name for it. But anyway, 6.5 furlongs. Let's take a look at the past biases for the track during this current meet. So the post position, there's been 14 races at 6.5 furlongs here at Kentucky Downs. The rails won once. So if you're looking at that program and it says 25%, that's not accurate. There have been 2 wins from the number 2 horse has 3 wins. The 3 has 0. Everything else comes from posts 5 and out. So the outside posts have done much better than the inside post at 6.5 furlongs. As far as pace is concerned, you want one horse has gone wire to wire. 2 horses have rode co-pilot, and a third was third at the quarter-mile marker. After that, 10 out of 14 horses were fifth or more at the quarter-mile pole. So you're going to want yourself some closers in this European-style racehorse racetrack in Kentucky. So let's take a look at what the early pace and late pace numbers look like in this field. So in the early pace, you'll have number 12, Clear Steps. Looks like it has a little bit of a pace advantage over everybody else, followed by the 9, the 3, and the 7. Those 3 are kind of bunched up together. And then on the way home, the late pace numbers, number 7, Serene Pass, looks like she has the best late pace figures in the field, followed by the 4 and 6, kind of similar with the 12 as well. So let's go ahead then and take a look at or talk a little bit about how the jockeys have performed at the distance and surface as well. So as far as the jockeys are concerned, Joel Rosario has been tearing it up. He's won 6 of the 14 races in this at this distance. So look out for Joel. If not Joel, then you have Tyler Gaffleone, and our guest this Thursday night, Julien Leperot, has won 2. So if you haven't had a chance to check that out, make sure you head on over to Horse Racing Radar. We talk a little bit about, and you'll see that podcast over there. We talk a little bit about the course, some of the horses that Julian's on, what he likes, what he doesn't like, that sort of thing. So it was a really good show. You have to check it out. We had some fun in there too at Julian's expense with a tweet that he put out, but it's pretty funny. If you take a look at it, I'm sure that you'll like what you see. And then as far as owners are concerned, Wesley Ward has done the best, followed by Joe Sharp and Steve Asmussen. They both come in right afterwards. So let's take a quick rundown of the field. Number 1 is Magna G-Force. Magna G-Force is a horse that's run at Kentucky Derbies once and Kentucky Downs. I keep messing that up. And looks like he has a little bit of late pace, but probably not my favorite pick in here. So I would like to see a little bit better numbers on this horse. Classical Magic is another horse that, for me, Umberto Rispoli is a really good jockey for sure. First time after a claim from Michael Stidman, hits at 21%. The horse doesn't really show up in my middle of the pack on the late pace figures, so I'm looking for horses that are to come off the pace and have a good chance. He's a little bit more forwardly placed, the 2 horse, than he is usually coming from off the pace. Number 3, Since You Left, is a horse that does have some of the fastest early fractions, but again, we're looking for closers, and those inside 3 posts have really struggled. The 4 horse, Foreign Exchange, is a horse that has shown some good closing, coming in from Indiana for Paul Ayers. Not really the trainer that, that has the same sort of standing that you see from like Brad Cox or those sort of folks. Number 5, Grace d'Art, is another horse that last time out finished third. This is a horse that looks like it likes to hang at the end. It's the first time out on grass. Dean Ward he's tried that angle once so far this year. Hasn't worked out for him. Again, a horse that's really kind of middle placed. Doesn't really have a lot of late kick. Tends to fade late. So I would probably pass on that one too. Number 6 is Freedom Bound. Now, this horse does come off the pace. It's the 3rd best closer in our group here. The horse has not run at Kentucky Downs, so this is his first time across that track. Chipping in from Indiana Downs. Not my favorite angle, but nonetheless, the horse has done okay. So we'll take perhaps a look at number 6, Freedom Bound. That does have some of the best pedigree numbers in the field, though. Number 7, Castlerine Pass, a horse that should actually have some pretty good late pace figures. I know if you look at the past performances, it looks like the horse is going to be forwardly placed. I would say in this field, it might be 5th or 6th coming out of the barn, out of the gates, but then does have a really good closing kick. So it's a horse that has a really good shot, I think. Number 8, Bowmaker. This one has looked pretty much out of form recently, fading really late in its last 2. Workouts since have not been all that solid. Number 9, Tia Floor. This is a horse that should have a little bit of a late kick. First time for trainer Ray Hernandez. So it came from Joe Sharp. First time after a claim, 3 runs. The horse has tried Kentucky down 6 times. As Julian said, you kind of want a horse that may have a little experience there. Number 10, Hey Kitten, should be forwardly placed. 2 of the horses here, not too far, like in the middle. The horse doesn't show up really on the late pace figures, but overall does some pretty good work on turf, has some pretty good turf numbers as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this horse do well. Also, one of the few horses in the field that's dropping in terms of purse. So perhaps the class relief will be a little helpful there. Number 11, Heaven Escape. Number 11 is also amongst our top closers. Gets a pretty good jockey, as we mentioned. Joel Rosario has been killing it at the distance. Ran 1 for 1 at Kentucky Downs. The horse has one run at the distance. That was a Kentucky Downs win. So perhaps Joel Rosario can make it another win in this current meet. Finally, number 12, Clear Steps will be the pace leader according to our pace analysis. Hasn't really run on turf before, so it's the first time on grass. But did get a trip around the off track, did pretty well on that, so perhaps that bodes well. Now it's time to make our picks. So I'm going to go with number 11, 7, and 12. So 11, 7, 12, and 4. 11, 7, 12, and 4. Good luck with your picks. Hopefully we'll see the 11 in the winner's circle, and we'll be back to talk about it after the race is official. Terry, you're there somewhere, aren't you?
I am here.
Yes, you're right there. I had the wrong screen open as getting prepared to do all this stuff today, Terry. I didn't forget about you. Just left the house and then I had to double back to come back and get you, Terry.
Okay.
How are you today?
I'm good, but it looks like I should use my second picks as my first pick because that was my second pick that won. So,
The 10 horse?
yeah.
Yeah, I was way off on the opening race. So hopefully that's not indicative of the whole day. But at this racetrack, like I said, when we talked to Julian, he basically said any horse could win any race.
Yeah.
Right. So what you're hoping for at Kentucky Downs, not necessarily to get a lot of winners, though that's what you want in the contest for sure. But what you're really kind of hoping for is that you can land on one giant exacta or trifecta or superfecta, or maybe you can do a vertical bet and get yourself a really nice pick 3, pick 4 payoff down the line. So that's kind of what we're hoping that we can catch today, Terry.
Yeah, I agree with that because actually the second horse was my third pick. So I don't know. I don't know. Did the exacta pay very well? No.
Let's see. The exacta in race number 1 paid
33.80. So
yeah, not bad. Well, that's the thing about it. You're always going to catch some nice priced horses here. So hopefully we can catch a bunch of them between you and I in the course of the day, Terry. That's certainly the goal, right?
I hope so. Yes.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So we'll be back. As you can see, that worked out just kind of like we talked about in the pre-race. Outside posts won. Outside post came in second. And horses that were behind the pace actually came in to win. So we'll see if we can find the pace bias, the post position bias, which jockey. Joel didn't do us any favors in that race right there. But maybe we can find a jockey that'll hit it for us in the second race at Kentucky Downs, which is 1 mile on the turf, of course. So, Terry, as always, we'll see you. Maybe because there's a few more horses in this field, Terry, I think we should probably move it up to about 12 minutes to post. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yes.
Yeah, so maybe 12, 11, somewhere in there. We'll be starting around 10 minutes, 12 minutes, about 12 minutes to post is what we're looking for. All right, Terry, we'll see you in about 10 minutes then.
All right. We'll see you then.
Wrong one. Great analysis right there, Terry. So let's start with race number 2, Terry. We have a mile on the, of course, turf course. Maidens, 135,000. Looking at a mile during the current meet, the 2 horses, the only one of the inside 3 that's actually gotten to win. 17 of the other 18 winners were posts number 4 and out. So actually, the majority of those coming from posts 4 through 7, 12. So it looks like 4 through 7 are the ideal lanes to be in at a mile on the track here. As far as pace is concerned, speed does hold up a little better, as 8 out of 17 horses that won were in the first 3 at the quarter pole. Add in the 4th horse, 10 of 17 were in the first 4 when they hit the quarter mile marker. If the horse closes, it's usually like way back, like 8th and out. So if we look real quick at the pace fit setup, number 7, Aunt Joey, should be on the lead. It looks like the first 3 horses, Aunt Joey, Surrealist, Fastest Flight, those 3 all have some very similar early pace type figures. On the way home, when you look at that, the 5, the 4 have a little bit of a late pace figure advantage over the 12, Fast as Flight. So that might be a horse that you see that's up front that also has some good late pace figures in that Fast as Flight horse, Terry. Again, if we take a look at the jockeys real quick, Joel Rosario has 5 wins. You have Hernandez has 3, and Rafael Bejarano has 2. Train Cox and McPeak are the only trainers to have more than 1 win at the distance, Terry. So let's run through the horses. We got some scratches here too, so let's make sure we don't do that. The 1 horse is scratched, Angels Over Me. Number 2, Breaker of Chains, Terry. This horse is getting a lot of love coming in from Ireland. I'm sure Tom would like that. What do you think? You're muted, Terry. All right, so number 2 is coming in from there you are, Terry. Go number 2. Go ahead.
Okay, won both. Ran 2nd and 3rd in Ireland before coming to the States, and then added late Lasix, and then it had a good workout on September 4th here, 49 flat breezing, 5th out of 15.
Yeah, has raced well over there on a good surface, but it's kind of far off. I think the horse might actually prefer a little bit of a softer surface, because it did look like it ran better on the softer track than on the firm track. And number 3, Mint Edition, Terry, one of the top speed figures last time out, Julian Leperoux, our guest this week, so we're pulling for him. 3rd time off a layoff. What do you think?
Yeah, the trainer wins 19% of the time when he brings a horse 3rd time off of a layoff. And it has the best turf speed among today's starters, and of course was 2nd last race.
Mm-hmm. Number 4 last time out was Pentagon, was the beaten favorite. I mean, today and Solemn 911, Pentagon, sometimes you find those things kind of work like that. Corey Laneri won the last race, coming back as a favorite that was beaten. Reeve McGay, he only has, that happened to him 3 times. He won 2 of them the next time out with the favorite. Looks like one of the horses that could be coming late, Terry.
Yeah, the trainer wins 66% of the time when he brings the beaten favorite back. So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Number 5, Lady de Perron, another horse that does have some pretty good late pace, ranked out as a top late pace horse for me, Terry.
Yeah, it was 2nd and 3rd at today's distance on the turf. So that really helps her cause here.
Mm-hmm. Number 6, Mummy Dearest. That's, I guess, how they say it in England. Mummy Dearest is a horse that should be out front. I know it doesn't look like it on the I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong horse, number 6. Mummy Dearest to me looks like a horse that won't be out front, that will be probably middle of the pack, but doesn't really have it does have the late legs to make a noise at the end. 2nd time off a layoff. First time it did a 2nd time off a layoff, backed up a little bit. The next time out, moved forward. So a little mixed picture on that one, 2nd time off a layoff.
Yeah, it beat by weaker last race. So for me, it's a toss.
For you, it's a toss. Number 7, Aunt Joey is the horse that I said should get to the front of the pack. Does have some of the fastest early fractions in this field. In fact, the fastest that any horse has produced so far. But 0 for 6, this horse to me looks like simply forgettable.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it'll be there to start with, but she just won't stay.
Temper Time is a horse that should be a part of the early pace and a part of the late pace. Does have some of the best pace figures as well. Third time off a layoff. Last time in the third time off a layoff was considerably better than the first two in the 3-race cycle. Is Temper Time that's one that's catching your mind, Terry?
Well, it's not one of the ones I picked, but it did finish second in a mile on turf, and I do like Joe Talamo. And the best turf speed is close to the average winning speed.
Yeah, so when you look at this horse, it is ranked 4th in terms of early pace and 4th on late pace. So I got a feeling that Temper Time is going to be a horse to contend with. Number 9, Surrealist, is a horse that should be close to the front of the pace, but I don't think it'll be as front as you think it will be. Brian Hernandez, as I mentioned, is one of the top jockeys at the distance. First time off a layoff. When its debut didn't run so well, and the first time off a layoff didn't run so well either. I mean, finished second, but backed up. Maybe a horse that it might be better served for you on the third or second race.
Yeah, like you said, finished to second, but actually that's 2 in a row that she's done that, and she has the highest race speed, last race speed rating, and she ran second against similar in last race, so she may improve with a shorter distance, and her best turf speed is faster than the average winning turf speed.
Coco Vin, number 10, is scratched. Number 11, Let's Go Native, is also scratched, Harry. So that takes us to number 12, Fast as Flight, making its second start for trainer Brian Lynch. Chris Landeros, looking for an opening double, ran one of the best debut speed figures in the field, Terry. Should be forwardly placed and has late pace.
Yeah, closing third in her first career race at 5.5 furlongs. And now she stretches out to a mile. The trainer, when they bring a horse back for the second grass race, wins 27% of the time. And the hot trainer right now has last 14 days has 8 mounts, 3 wins, and 3/3.
And then looking at the last horse in the field, number 14, Blue Water Lady, coming in from some of the, I'm going to say, top tracks in England, but been running over there. The first race was on a soft track, didn't take to it too well. The second race improved on a good surface, and then lost by a neck in its last race on a good surface. So I think the 14 horse might be one that actually likes a firmer, faster surface like she's getting today.
Yeah, I think you're right. And the trainer wins 26% of the time on the first turf start. So,
all right, Terry. So now it's time to put your money where your mouth is. How are you going to rank them?
Okay, I like the 5 with the 9 with the 12 with the 2.
Funny, we have a lot of the same horses. I like the 12 on top, Terry. I feel like it's going to be a part of the pace all the way around. With the 9, the 5, and then for me, the 2, 4, and 8 it was really difficult for me to go with between those 3. So yeah. I'm going to go ahead and settle for the. I'm going to go ahead. Yeah, screw it. I'll go with the favorite. I'll go with the 2. So I'm going 12, 9, 5, and 2. We'll find out how they line up when it's official. As always, Terry, good luck with your picks. And for everybody else out there, may your pick end up in the winner's circle.
See you later.
Real nice close by the 2-horse there, Terry. I'm glad at the last minute I threw him in there because both of us, we had the same 4 horses and just a little bit of a different order. And if you had boxed our top 4 picks for your trifecta, a $1 trifecta paid 50-cent trifecta, excuse me. So a $6 bet would have actually turned into $92.70. And that's kind of what we talked about, what we were looking for at Kentucky Downs. Maybe not necessarily having the winners on top, but having the right 3 or 4 horses to put together for exotics like a trifecta or exacta, or having a winner in there so that you can go from one race to the next for pick 3s and doubles and pick 4s.
Yeah, and the exacta paid 24.30, which is pretty good exacta, and then the superfecta for a dime paid 83.48, and we had the superfecta. So.
Well, we didn't have the superfecta because the 4-horse finished 4th. Neither one of us had the 4-horse. I kind of talked about the 4 and the 8 at the back end, but didn't put.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
I said I was kind of going between the 2, 4, and 8, and I'm glad I just settled on the 2 because the bettors bet him. And you got to figure that international horse. Sometimes they come over here and perform exceptionally well on the first time. So, for those of you who are joining us new for the first time, or those of you familiar with us, Terry, what should they do at Yahoo? I mean, on YouTube.
On YouTube, they should don't forget to subscribe on YouTube, and then you can follow us on Twitter and retweet, and then at Facebook, just like us on Facebook. So.
And if you're watching us on YouTube, if you subscribe, or Facebook, if you'd be kind enough, if you feel like it's worthy, go ahead and give us a thumbs up on YouTube, a like on Facebook, like Terry mentioned. Freddie, you're in the United Kingdom. You don't have an account. You can do horse racing. You can open up an account if you go. I don't know if you can do it, but I know that like betus.com, you can go there and use HRR as a username or like a promo code. They'll match you for, I think, 125%. Of course, you have other betting services in England, I'm sure. William Hill. I think I've seen William Hill has our American racing in there as well. So make sure, again, as Terry mentioned, if you do like what you see, give us a like on Facebook, thumbs up on YouTube, follow us on Twitter. That would be fantastic. Terry, we'll be back for race number 3. It's 1 mile and 5/16. There really haven't been any races at that distance at the meet. So, there won't be a profile because we can't create one. But I would imagine, much like we've seen in some of the longer races, you're going to want to have horses that come from off the pace.
Sounds good.
We'll find out how Terry racks them and stacks them and how Rich likes them. 10 minutes to post. We will see you then. Or about 12 minutes to post. We'll see you then.
Yep. See you.
Terry, our friend over in Europe, Fred Jones, says, what do we think about Henley's Joy in the next? So we'll talk about that in just a few seconds. Fred, let's talk about a little bit about the race itself in terms of, again, 1 mile and 5/16, Terry. They haven't really run any at the distance and surf. I mean, they're all on turf. They haven't really run that many. Also want to thank Carlos Martin for the thumbs up on Facebook. Really appreciate that. Helps us with the algorithms. If you do agree with Carlos, go ahead and give us a thumbs up because it will help us move up the rankings when other people look for horse racing on Facebook. And buenas tardes to all of my amigos and amigas who habla español. I see all the comments in the comment section. Sorry, that's the best I can do in Spanish today. So, Terry, 1 mile and 5/16. It looks to me, again, like, these races seem to favor the closers. So let's take a look. The pace looks like, there you go. Henley's Joy probably is going to be up on the lead, Fred. So I expect that maybe if you can hang on with the late pace figures, he's got a good shot to maybe bring it home. Is one of my top rated horses, though, but we'll kind of get into that in a minute. On the way home, Bama Breeze, The Stiff, and others are on the way home. You're looking at the 9 to 5 and the 1A, Mathiel, all have some similar stuff in terms of late pace. So let's go ahead and take a look at the horses, Terry, what we think about each horse, and then we'll go ahead and make our picks like always, and hopefully find ourselves another exacta or trifecta box to deal with. Starting with number 1, Terry, Conviction Trade. What do you like about Conviction Trade?
Well, he can improve at a shorter distance, and he has the best turf speed among today's starters. So looks pretty good.
Yeah, third time off a layoff, too. If you look back at the last 3-race cycle, the third race looked a lot like the first two. A little bit of an improvement the third time. So I do expect Conviction Trade to improve here in this particular spot. Number 1A is Malthiel, whatever. The 1A should be one of the horses that's closing very strong at the end, which is something that we want to see. I had him ranked as my third, but not much difference than the 1 to 5 in terms of late pace figures. Terry, this horse finds the money a lot, but doesn't win a lot.
Yeah, he has one of the highest last speed ratings, and he finished third in his last race. Pretty good third. So.
Yeah, a pretty nice third. Unfortunately, our friend Jose, who was slated to ride the horse, I'm not quite sure who's on it today, Terry, but I know that Jose had the COVID, and unfortunately, his meet is over at Kentucky Downs. So I can't wait to see him at Belmont. Number 2 for Tuity, Terry. This is a horse that does have some ability to get out of the gates fast. Hasn't shown it recently, but maybe today, in the third time off a layoff, the horse can do it.
Yeah, he has a high percentage trainer, and the trainer wins 24% of the time on the second time that he runs a horse after a claim. So
Joe Sharp, yeah, he's having a really good meet at Kentucky Downs as well. Number 3, Henley's Joy is a horse that should be near the lead. Fourth time off a layoff. Last time in the fourth time, it seemed like the horse would stepped up in race 2, which it did. Well, same here. Then kind of a little bit up in race 3, but regressed a little bit in race 4. What do you think about Henley's Joy?
Yeah, I think Fred's right on the money with this one. It's 1-for-1 at Kentucky Downs. Has one of the highest last speed ratings and a really sharp workout on September 3rd. A 101 breezing. It was the third best out of 31.
Yeah, and again, when we talked to Julien Leperoux on Thursday night, make sure you head over to Horse Racing Radar. Go check that out. It was a really good show with Julien, and he mentioned that horses that do have a trip over Kentucky Downs is something that he likes, because he says it is a little bit of a quirky course with the weird turns and the undulations and uphill and downhill. So it's not something that a lot of horses in the United States are used to. Number 5, because number 4 is scratched, is The Stiff. Number 5 is one of the horses that should be coming on pretty late, Terry. Hasn't run since July. The workouts since have been pretty solid. He's put in quite a few furlongs. It looks like in the last month, he's put in about 18 furlongs worth of work. So even though he's been on the bench, I think he comes back fit and ready to go.
Yeah, he did win his last race at Presque Isle Downs. And then he does have the hot jockey in the last 7 days out of 34 mounts. Have won 13 of those, ran second 5 times and third 3.
Yeah, Joel's been just tearing it up. So he's yet to find the board today, but maybe he will with the 5 horse. Number 6, Sibolian. Second time off a layoff, Terry. Horse is within a length and a half of winning his last 3 starts.
Yeah, he looks pretty consistent to me. And as you said, he's been right there. So he ran 1.5 miles the last 2 times. So the distance should be no problem.
Yeah, and I see him being a part of the late pace here, too, a horse that will be coming pretty hard at the end. Number 7 is First Course, Rafael Bejarano. This horse, Terry, grades out with some of the best pedigree numbers for the distance and the surface. Hasn't really shown up in the performance, however.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Of course, he hasn't raced in 55 days. And for me, it's basically a toss.
He's no lemon, Terry. Last race, woo, hey, 56 lengths. He obviously didn't get involved in that race. Second time after a claim for Kenneth McPeak is, well, he's only done it once. Didn't really win. I don't know. Do you toss that last race out and come back to this horse?
No.
Or do you give our friend Julian a chance here?
No, I don't like the horse. Always far back on the dirt in his last start. And he's got poor dirt to turf trainer record. 6% wins is all.
Bama Breeze last time out was the favorite, got beaten at Ellis Park. Horse has 1 trip around the Kentucky Derby, Kentucky Downs track. Didn't really fare very well. And actually was the very lukewarm favorite, 4-1 favorite. Was the favorite last time out and got beat. George Arnold II comes back off of beaten favorites and wins almost a third of the time. Terry, do you think he can come off the bench and get the job done?
Well, he's actually my 4th pick. The trainer does win 31% of the time, as you say, with beaten favorites bringing him back. And he ran 3rd in his last race. And he was also bumped at the start, which gives him a little bit of an excuse.
Well, a little bit of excuse. And he did gain some ground late for sure, Terry. So Now is the time of truth, Terry. Who is your top? Well, what are your top 4 picks?
Okay, I like the 3 with the 6. With the 1, with the 9. Back from Mama.
3, 6, 1, and 9 for Terry. For Rich is going to go with the 1A. I feel like the 1A horse. So the entry I'm going to put on top, but specifically, I feel like the 1A is the better of the 2 horses. And then I'm going to go 3, 6, and then I'm also to me, it's between the 5 and the 9, Terry. I'm getting a little better odds on the 5. So I am going to go the entry over the 3, 6, and 5. Hopefully, we'll have another trifecta in there, Terry, but we'll find out when it's official.
All right. Sounds good.
Hope to see your horse in the winner's circle, the 3 horse, because, our friend over in England's got the 3 as well.
Great. Good.
Well, Terry, you had, and I threw the 9 out at the end. I was deciding between the 9 and last time, 2 races back, I went ahead and made the right choice for the 4th pick. And this time I didn't do it. But what kills me, Terry, and it gets me over and over and over again, we put up this post. Look which horse we had as the top closer.
Number 9.
Number 9, Bama Breeze. And then, of course, I should know when I'm making that decision, if we talk about the race favoring closers, if I'm shuffling 2 horses, I should go with the one that fits the profile of of a winner, so to speak, as my that one should win the coin toss every single time.
Yeah.
But well, what are you going to do, Terry? Sometimes you hit them and you don't, but you had the exacta there. So that's 2 exactas in a row. How much did that one pay, Terry?
$13.80.
Not as good as the last one, but $13.80 for 2 minutes of work, Terry says. Where else can you turn $6 into double your money in an under 2 minutes, right?
That's right.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll be right back. Bama Breeze, let's go. Yes, Bama Breeze got it for you, Charlie. Hopefully you get let us know who you like in the next race. Why don't you, everyone who's listening, go ahead and hit it up in the comment section on Facebook or Twitter. Tell us who you like in race number 4, and Terry and I will let you know if we agree or disagree. We'll probably have someone who likes every single horse because these races are, of course, wide open. Again, if you're new, make sure you subscribe on Facebook. You like us on Facebook so that when we go live, you'll be notified. Make sure that if you're watching on YouTube, you hit the subscribe button, as many of you have. You've given us the thumbs up. Very much appreciate that. The more thumbs up we get, the higher rankings we go. So if you feel like we're worthy of a thumbs up, please go ahead and do that for us. And then, of course, if you're on Twitter, give us a follow. We put a lot of great information out on Twitter as well. And if you don't know, Terry and I work for horseracingradar.com. The reason we do these is because we have a live contest right now. The winner gets $100. So if you go over to horseracingradar.com, you'll see up in the I'll pull it up on the screen real quick. So you'll see there are contests. Today's contest is a live contest. We also have a contest tomorrow, again, at Kentucky Downs. The Saturday winner gets $50. The Friday and Sunday.
Saturday
Saturday
gets
winner
100.
today gets 100, right? Yes, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. But the Friday and Sunday winners get $50. So they're all free. So all you got to do is sign up and you can go and get it. So you see Horse Racing Radar, you'll see handicapping contests up here. You just come down here and enter. And then, of course, we have a bunch of articles. Our podcast, again, yesterday on Thursday, we spoke with Eclipse winning jockey, 7-time winner of the Breeders' Cup, Julien Laperoux. We get those sorts of guests all the time, thanks to our producer, Swiss Army Sean. Terry, race number 4 coming up now, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, he's going to go. Fred Jones says he's going group hug in the next race. Yeah. So Charlie Lucia, he's going to 6 and 9. All right, Charlie, I get it. And then, group hug looks like a good horse in the next spot. Terry, we'll talk about group hug and the other 11 horses. 10 minutes to post. We'll see you then.
Okay, see you.
So Charles McLaughlin, because hello to all of his fellow handicappers. Hey, Charles, how are you? Good to have you on board, my friend. Who do you like in this race number 4? And then Jose Wilson wants to know, where's the baby at? It's probably at the track, spending your money, Jose. Just kidding, of course. And then Charles says, looking at the 5-horse Vancouver Moon in this spot, we'll see how Vancouver Moon plays out here. As we've talked about every single race, we've kind of gone over 1 mile on the distance and surface. So just to kind of recap what you're looking for in horses at the distance and the surface, as far as post position is concerned, the 2-horse is the only horse on the inside right now of 19 races to actually catch a W. Otherwise, 18 of the 19 winners at a mile on the grass here at Kentucky Downs have come from posts 4 and out. Last race, I believe it was the, I forget, maybe, I don't remember. It was like the 11 horse or something along those lines. As far as pace is concerned, speed does hold up a little bit better here than it holds up at the other distances and surface. Looks like Terry's about ready to rejoin us. So let's bring Terry in. But it does look like speed holds up a little better at this distance than it holds up at the other distances at Kentucky Downs. Must be something about being able to save ground along those lines. As always, let's take a look at how the race might shape early on. Looks like number 12, Mackay, is the horse with the best early figures. A little bit better than the 9 and then the 2. So I would expect that you'll see these horses probably make their way out. On the way home, we find Group Hug, and last time out, the 9-horse was on the top of our list. And the horse won. So maybe on the way home here, Group Hug can make it 2 for 2, Terry, on the horses that have the best late pace, finding their way into the winner's circle. Finally, if you're like jockeys and trainers, the top jockey at the distance, hands down, has been Joel Rosario, followed by Mr. Hernandez, and then Rafael Bejarano. Brad Cox and Mr. McPeak are the only trainers that have scored multiple wins at the distance. All right, Terry, let's take a look at the horses in this field. Number 1 is Bold Licorice. Horse is making its second start, flipping over to the grass for the first time. Any chance?
Well, the dam has 4 winners out of 5 starters, and 4 of them were turf winners. So I guess it might, but it's not one that I would play.
Not one of your favorites here. Van Dusen, a horse is making its first start since January 31st. Workouts, last one was pretty bad. I usually like to see a pretty solid workout before the horse hits the track. Not a very good one here, but did show speed on the turf. As I mentioned, speed does hold up a little better. Any chance that a long shot can come in here?
Yeah, I think so. I like this horse. It ran 3rd in its last race at Gulfstream, and it has the highest last race speed rating. It was bumped early in the first race of its career, and so I just tossed that race right out.
Yeah, well, that last race speed figure 2 was above par for this distance, for this level of a race, and it's the only horse in the field to do that. So surprising it's 30-1. Number 4, number 3, man, I just number sometimes. Cool Rags hasn't raced since June 27th. It looked to me like the horse was regressing before it hit the bench. Now, since it's been moved to the barn, the workouts have been just really bad. Any chance that Cool Rags can be an upsetter here?
Well, again, it's not one of my favorites, but did break slow last race, bumped at the start, lost all chance, and then it's got 2 races at Churchill Downs where it ran 2nd and 3rd. Yeah,
and Kentucky Dirt, I'd like to see at least one over the track here. Here we got Joel Rosario, an Invisible War, the 4-horse. Has 3 consecutive speed figure increases. First time the horse is ever going to try the run on grass. Last time out was on the artificial surface over at Turfway Downs and Turf Paradise. It looks like maybe, I don't know, Turfway Park. And a lot of times jockeys tell us that transfer from all-weather track to the grass is a good transition. The horse's first time Lasix, first time gelded. So a lot of reasons why this horse might be able to move forward.
Yeah, and the dam has 1 winner out of 3 starters, but none of them been turf winners. But the horse does have a hot trainer-jockey combination. The last 14 days out of 5 mounts, they've won 3 of them.
Yeah, Wesley Ward has done really well here too at this tournament. So he's one of those grass specialist. He does pretty well over in Europe with his horses too. So I think this kind of fits what his training style is. And I expect maybe a 20-1, the horse will run better than its odds. Number 5, Vancouver Moon, making its second start, first time on the grass, getting Lasix for the first time. Luis Saez, any hope for the number 5 horse, Vancouver Moon?
Well, the trainer does win 17% of the time whenever he brings a horse that's been off 90 days or more. And as you said, LASIK was added. And also it's going a longer distance, which may help.
The one thing I like about this horse that it's kind of hidden in the numbers, if you will. It's a 3-year-old making its 3-year-old debut. It only ran once late last year. So, and it was at Churchill Downs, such a good track to debut at. Was okay bet in the first time. So the horse is probably going to come back bigger and stronger than it was last year. And you look a couple nice workouts that horse had coming into this race. So the 5 horse, I think, might be one of those horses, again, that runs better than its numbers. Group Hug, Tyler Gaffleon, Michael Maker. This horse should be the horse coming the hardest late. Last time out was a second time around on the turf. What do you think about Group Hug's chance for Tyler Gaffleon?
Yeah, it's another one I like a lot. Was 2/3 at Saratoga and been in the money 5 out of 7 times this year. So
5 out of 9 times. The only thing the horse hasn't figured out how to do, Terry, is make it to the winner's circle. Time for a Woodford. There you go. Time for a Woodford. Must be someone at Woodford at some car dealership somewhere, right? Yeah. Julien Leperoux, our guest this past week, getting the horse for its second time on grass. The last race was supposed to be on grass, got moved off, was bet well. Horse obviously didn't like that. Its debut in Gulfstream Park was much better, Terry.
Yeah, it was slow start and was bothered in the last race. And has a sharp workout, as you say. 4 furlongs for 48 and some change.
And it should improve in second start off a break, but we don't really have any history to base that on, just looking at horses in general. Number 8 is Cleat, Terry. Cleat had a good debut at Ellis Park, put in a bullet work. I do like to see that bullet and go. That's one of my favorite angles.
Yeah, it was well bet in the first race of his career and showed early speed at 1 1/8 and now cuts back to 1 mile. So he may just hold out.
Number 9, Caveat Emptor. Speed horse, Terry? What do you think? Second off a layoff. Last time the horse had a 2-race cycle. The second was by far the best of the 2.
Yeah, it's got the best turf speed, is the fastest among today's starters, and can improve off of in the second start after a layoff. So.
Yeah, and it was the leader. It was the leader in the stretch last time out and the favorite. So just missed by a nose. Jose obviously not on the horse today. Number 10, Mount Kenya. Horse should be coming again like a truck. One of the faster horses down the lane. Third race off a layoff. Raphael being one of the jockeys that's done well at the distance.
Yeah, it ran a good second last time out and really improved its speed ratings. It's got the best turf speed, or it's the turf speed is fastest among the average winning speed. So,
So yeah, I think the 10 horses, I think the favorite in the contest. So most people have gone and selected that one as their top choice. Number 11, Embellished. 4th time off a layoff. Do like that bullet workout right here. Fastest to 52. Lightly raced horse is gotten better seemingly from race to race to race. Didn't really like the synthetic as much as grass, but seems like the horse is on the uptrend, Terry.
Yeah, finished a nice second last time out. Workout, like you said, was really good.
Yeah, the 10 horse, unfortunately, is scratched now, though. Number 12, Micaiah. The horse is 3rd time off a start, second route race for trainer Jordan Blair, which is he's won 4 out of 12. That's a pretty good number like that. Has shown speed and faded. Not so sure that that's really what you want at this track.
Yeah. Although the trainer's won 33% of the time when he brings the horse back for a second route race. So it's one maybe to look at.
Well, let's see if we can pick a winner here, Terry. Like I said, the 10 looks like the 10 scratch. So it wasn't scratch when I first looked at it. Time to make your picks, Terry. What do you like?
Okay, so I like the 6 with the 2 with the 9, and now the 10 scratched. I'm going to take the 8.
6, 2, 9, and 8. So with the 10 scratch, Rich is going to go 6, 9. We got a lot of the same horses here. I'm going to go with the 2 and then the 4, Terry. So 6, 9, 2, and 4. We'll see how they line up when it's official. Hopefully one of us has the winner there. So who's the favorite pick? There you go, Junior Joe. We think the favorite, Terry's favorite is, well, we both like the 6 horse here. So Group Hug. And if I remember correctly, Fred Jones also liked Group Hug. So that makes it a trio. It's a lock then to come in second. So make sure you go all 6, all.
I see there, too, that Charles likes the 5. Vancouver Moon is a live long shot.
Yes, indeed. I agree with that as well, Charles. All right, we'll find out how they line up when it goes official, folks. Good luck with your bets. And, of course, may everybody's pick end up in the winner's circle. Well, once again, Terry, you had the trifecta in your top 4 picks. I told you I was close. I said after we all lined up on the 6, you should go all 6, all. You should go all 6, right? But not necessary. But nonetheless, I think it was what a $39 trifecta for 50 cents. So that'll do.
Yeah.
So far in 3 out of 4 races, we've either had the exacta or a trifecta in 3 out of the first 4 races, which is kind of like I mentioned from the top that we were hoping to do. Make sure if you haven't yet, you go over to Horse Racing Radar, enter tomorrow's Kentucky Downs contest. See if you can't find yourself winning $50. We could take a look at the contest right now, Terry. Let's see how it's holding up, because there's been it's going to be kind of interesting to see where how the standings are, considering he's got a lot of different horses coming in today. So Larry, late scratch, Clint Bradbury has hit. I think he picked the winner in every race, Terry. He's got 20 points.
It looks like he has then. He's doing pretty darn good.
All right, late scratch, Clint Bradbury. I was a guest host in this spot too, so you should be on the show today, Clint. Where are you, my man? It would have been nice to have you aboard. Because it would have been perfect to have 4 out of 4 winners. Who do you like in race number 5, Clint? Everybody wants to know, right, Terry?
Yeah.
Well, you can use your coins, I guess, over here and peek and see who he has in race number 5, but I don't I want to use my coins necessarily for that, because I feel like, Terry, we're due to have one of our top picks hit the top of the board right now in race number 5. Back to 6.5 furlongs on the main track, Terry. Any thoughts about what you've seen so far? I mean, I think it's holding up like we thought. You're going to see horses come from off the pace, and those horses are going to be the horses that find their way into the winning circle, right?
Yeah, they're running about the way I figured they would run. I'm not getting the actual winner on top, but I'm sticking there with like exactas and trifectas, and so they're doing what I thought they would do. So
yeah, so right there you have the 9 horses right in the mix right there, and so that worked out pretty well, right? So we like the 9 horse. Then who came in second, Terry? The 8 horse, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he was all the way down here, but he was up towards the front, so he got out to a nice lead. I thought the fractions were a little fast, that he would fade a little bit, but others just couldn't make up any ground late, so that worked out pretty well. All right, we'll be back about 12 minutes to post for race number 5. We'll walk over the bias advantages for horses in terms of post position, the jockeys you might want to look at if you want another closer, or if you want to maybe look at a speed horse. We'll talk all about that and more, including our picks and analysis of every horse, about 12 minutes to post, Terry. We'll see you and everybody else then.
All right, see you then.
Terry, this is the last race, I think, before we head into a series, 6 straight stakes races. So we have 6.5 furlongs to how we opened up the day on the turf. Maiden, $135,000. Looking at the 6.5 furlong distance, you want mostly off the pace, as we mentioned at the top of the show, early at the first race. Only 4 out of the 14 winners at the distance. Now 4 out of 15 were in the first 3 at the quarter-mile pole. And then if you look at that, most of them were 4 and out. So you want horses that are coming, actually 5 and out. The majority of them were 5th or back on the way in. And then again, when you look at the first call, 5th and out post-wise. I'm talking about the post, not the first call. So 5 and out looks like the post positions that you want to have. The inside doesn't really do that well. As far as the racing is concerned, again, you want closers. Only 4 of the 11 horses, or 4 of the 15 horses at the distance were first or second or third at the quarter pole. Most of the horses were 5th and out, Terry. So let's see which horses might be in the right position today. When you get out of the gate, number 10, Texas Tierra, Terry, looks to me like it has some of the best early pace figures. In fact, they're a lot better than the next horse on that number 2. But those 2 horses are considerably better than the rest of the pack by a long shot. On the way home, Tabaritz, which it looks like that is our friend Fred Jones's pick. He's hoping to get that on a good price. What was that all about there? Yeah, hoping to get at a good price. Okay. And then number 3, Jazz Girl, should be alongside for the ride on the way home. And you see also the 3 and the 2 look like there are some early pace horses as well. So they might show up all the way around the track. Terry, we have a couple of first-time starters in here. And as I mentioned many times, Terry, you got to kind of bucket them up. Put the first-time starters in one bucket, the horses that have some experience in the other bucket. Looks to me like the experience bucket is the one we should go fishing in. And if you want to go fishing for different jockeys, Joel Rosario, yet to hit the winner's circle today, but he's been the most dominant at the position with Julian Laperot and Tyler Gaffleon. Wesley Ward, Joe Sharp, and Steve Asmussen have been the trainers to find the winner's check most frequently. Let's run down the field. The first horse, Terry, is Macadamia, first-time starter. Any hope first-time starter ends up in the winner's circle?
The rail does win 25% of the time.
I think that's an error in what they're reporting, Terry, because when you look at the actual numbers, only won once. So that's not accurate.
Huh.
Somebody screwed up somewhere and put that in the past performances, but it's maybe it was last meet, but it's not this meet.
Could be. Mm-hmm. Well, the breeding does suggest that she'll like grass.
Number 2, Royal County. Terry should be a part of the early pace, as we mentioned. Also has some decent late legs. Any chance that this horse can take it from start to finish?
Does have the best speed as the fastest among turf speeds, fastest among today's starter.
Was the favorite in the last race too. Again, Jose unfortunately is not with us. Irad, we have to see his name in the winner's circle. Really hasn't hit the winner's circle a lot at this meet, so I'm sure he's itching to find the winner's circle. With Jazz Time Girl, can Jazz Time Girl find the winner's circle?
Well, it's Saratoga turf on the turf at 5.5 furlongs. Ran a pretty decent 4th by 2.5. And actually had the best turf speed. It is closest to the average winning speed. So
yes, and trainer Michael Maker wins at 19% in the second career race. So his horses tend to improve. That made 100,000. So it's running at the same level. A lot of these horses are actually stepping up a lot. This one is at the same level it ran at before. Kelsey Shot, number 4, Joseph Rocco. I love that name, Rocco. What do you think about Rocco's chance to go ahead and find the winner's circle here?
Well, it shows a lot of early speed in the last couple of races, and I think shortening the distance is going to help it out a lot. So
it could help out a lot, I think. I don't like the fact that the horse is faded in every single spot. Kind of regressed a little bit in the last race, too. So I think that could work to its disadvantage. Violetto, it's another horse that it should be shortening up a little bit. The trainer there, Ian Wilkes, when he goes sprint, has won 4 of 16. Julian looking for the winner's circle for the first time today. Yeah,
and this horse has finished finishing the money in her first 2 career races. She has a good workout of 48.2 breezing for 4 furlongs, and it was the second best out of 14.
This should be a favorite of yours, Terry, because the horse showed speed last time and came off the pace in the first one. So a little bit of versatility, and I know that's one of your favorite angles.
It is, and it is one of my picks.
So Trobieritz is the horse Fred Jones is looking for at a good price. Got off to a slow start, rallied pretty strong. Should be a horse that has a lot of late pace coming into the stretch there. What do you think about that horse, Terry?
Yeah, showed some promise in that last race, and if can break better, then have a better run today.
Yeah, I think the horse should be closing hard. I think the extra furlong is going to make a big difference for this horse. Number 7, Jollibee Baby. Is this one simply forgettable and we move on?
It is. That's a toss for me.
All right. Number 8, Hype House. One of the first-time starters with Joel Rosario in the irons. I mean, if there's a first-time starter based upon Joel's track record at the track, this might be the one that you want to look at.
Yeah, as you say, he's doing really well. He's had 34 mounts, 13 wins, 5 seconds, 3/3, and the horse has decent workouts.
And Lady Tierra is another first-time starter with some good workouts too. Not much else there to me that I see other than the workouts.
Now, the breeding does suggest she will like the grass.
Good, yes, but not getting the highest pedigree number. So number 10, Texas Tierra. This horse should be on the gas right out of the get-go. Is stretching out from 4.5 furlongs in the debut to 6.5 furlongs, so maybe it won't be as fast. John Velasquez remains in the irons. Wesley Ward again, who does tend to win at a pretty high rate the first time he flips a horse over the grass.
Yeah, and as you say, it is his first time on the grass. He was well bet in the first race. And the dam has 1 winner from 2 starts and 1 turf winner. So
number 11 is Boxing Day, another one of Fred's horses here. Good workouts. Brendan Walsh, good trainer. Debut on the turf, though, not his best angle. Only 5%, so like 6 or 7 wins out of 103 tries.
Yeah, the Tyler Gaffleone is a good jockey to have, but other than that, it's hard for me to take this
to back them. Yeah, like I said, you got to look at the horses based upon the 2 buckets. And then finally, Determine Hope, I think the most expensive horse in the field at $350,000. Should be not too far off the pace and does have a pretty good late kick. Was decently bet in the debut at Monmouth. Maybe the whip now will make a little bit of a difference for this horse.
Could be. It ran second in its first race, and the trainer wins 22% of the time on the second career race of the mounts that he sends out. And they're adding blinkers today, which may help.
Yeah, try to get the horse out of the gates a little bit faster than last time, right?
Yep.
That outside post, I don't know how much that helps him or hurts him, but I don't think it hurts at all. All right, Terry, I think this race is wide open. Who do you got?
I like the 10 with the 12, with the 5, with the 3.
Right, we're a lot different this time around, Terry. Rich is going to go with the 3, the 2, the 10, and the 6. 3, 2, 10, and 6. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Hopefully, we'll have the 4th race in a row where one of us has the exacta or the trifecta. We'll find out how they line up when it's official, and we'll talk about the race then.
Okay, see you then.
Seems like, Terry, we should have been fishing with Fred Jones. He liked that 11 horse, was I think his second pick. And that horse at 18-1 came in. He even mentioned it right before they went to the post. He said that the 18-1 will do well. So I'll be curious to see which long shot Fred likes next time out. So that worked out pretty good, I think, right?
It did. Yeah, it was a nice one. First time starter. And we talked a little bit about the jockey, and it had all right workouts.
Yeah, did pretty well. It was a nice run there. So we'll look back at the first race coming up of the stakes races. Looking forward to that, Terry. The first the first stakes race coming up is number 6, the Mint Lady Sprint, against 6.5 furlongs. See if there's another 18-1 shot coming in there, Terry. Looking forward to that race, talking about it. And then, of course, making our picks. See if we can't find some long shots today, Terry, too.
Okay, sounds good to me.
See you about 12 minutes to post for a big, deep field and what should be an exciting race.
All right.
See you then.
Bye-bye.
Terry, race number 6 is the first of 5 stakes races in a row with some big money at stake. Yep. $600,000 for the Mint Ladies Sprint, the Grade 3 affair here at Kentucky Downs. 6.5 furlongs, as we've mentioned a couple of times already. You're looking at horses that are on the outside post that you prefer to be closers. Those are the horses that tend to do the best at the distance and surface. Still waiting for the top jockeys at the distance to find their way into the winner's circle. Let's look right here. Fred Bro, he wants race number 6, 7, 8, and 9. Please, Kurt. He's on your picks, Fred. And then Fred likes Yes, It's Ginger in this race and Superstition as his top 2 horses. Let's go through the field, Terry. And, well, first of all, let's take a look at what the pace might look like. Looking at the pace in this spot, Jakarta, well, really, pretty much all the horses all the way down to the 11 horse there, from Jakarta down to Violenza, they all have pretty similar early pace numbers. So I expect you're going to see a lot of horses on the gas out of the gate, Terry, which could open it up for closers. And when you look at closers, number 1, the long shot on the board, Go Shoes, could have the best late pace figures. Now, 7 won't be too far behind with Catch a Bid. So if you like long shot closers, Terry, there's one of them in Go Shoes. And that's where we'll start our analysis, Terry, with number 1, Go Shoes. What do you see that you like?
Well, he has a highest last speed rating. And also the trainer wins 18% of the time when bringing back a winner of the last race. It moves up in class from his last start.
Yeah, and that last race speed figure that you mentioned, Terry, I think is the only horse in the field that accomplished a number that would be above par for this level. Number 2 is Musical Moment. It's ridden by Carlos Villasana, John Jaskowski, and horses won 10 out of 32 races, Terry, so it knows where the winner's circle is.
It sure does, and this one's really could be a sneaker. He's been in the money 9 out of 11 times this year. He returns to turf, which offers hope for improvement, and he could improve with blinkers being added today.
Number 3, She's So Specials, had 3 consecutive speed figure increases. You could see 78, 86, 93. We use Brisnet to do our handicapping here. If you like what you see on the screen, make sure you head over to brisnet.com. They got a lot of great products if you want to do your own handicapping. The trainer here, Peter Miller, wins at a pretty good high rate with sprints, Terry.
I think number 3 is scratched, isn't it?
Oh, yes, you're right. It is scratched. I've written it down. So number 4, Yes, It's Ginger. Here's one of Fred's picks. This is another horse that probably will be a part of the early pace. Does have some of the fastest opening fractions that any horse has accomplished in the last race. So maybe it can get to the front and stay in the front, Terry.
Yeah, it's won 2 in a row, going for a hat trip and a trick. And 7 in the money out of this year in the money. He's had 7 out of 8 races. He's won 4 of those. So
he's found his form this year for sure, huh?
Yep.
And number 5, Jakarta, should be, again, one of the horses that's up front. Did put out some of the fastest fractions early on in its last race. Has 1 trip over the Kentucky Derby. I keep saying that. Kentucky Downs track. It was a winning effort. Yep. Unfortunately, Ricardo Santana Jr. and Michael Maker are yet to find a win together.
Yeah, the only thing that I saw positive was the 1-for-1 at Kentucky Downs. He hasn't done too much this year.
Number 6, Superstition, another pick for Fred. This horse has the best pedigree number for the distance and the surface. Did face off against Venetian Harbor, one of the competitors here, a couple races back. It wasn't close, but last race out put up the best early fractions, or does have some of the best early fractions in the last 10 races than any other horse in the field.
Yeah, finished in the money the last 4 races and won 2 of those. The trader wins 39% of the time when shipping him a horse in who was into to race. He won his last race at Del Mar, the Daisy Cutter handicap, and he moves up in class from his last start.
Yeah, and also Flavian Pratt with Richard Mandela, as Chris Tucker said in the movie Rush Hour. They've won 3 out of 10 together. Yep. Number 7, Catch a Bid. This is a horse that should be one of the best terms of horses coming late. Coming from some, I think, Mountaineer last time out. West Virginia. It won that race. Before that was at Belmont. Luis Saez, Joe Sharp, who's been pretty sharp at this meet.
Yeah, has a good trainer, high percentage trainer. So we'll have to see what happens. He did run at Belmont and got a good second there at 6 furlongs on the turf.
Number 8, Genie B, another horse that should be near the front. Does have that bullet workout last out, which I like at Woodbine. Mark Cash shipping it down from Toronto. Best speed figure ever in its first start off of a break. History says that the horse might take a step up or it could possibly take a step back. It's got a mixed second race record. So what do you think it's going to do here, Terry? Forward or backwards?
Well, I think it's going to go backwards a little bit. It ran second its last race, losing by a nose. He's a speed horse, but I think this race might be a little too long.
Yeah, and this is another one that ties for up on the upper ends of the pedigree range. Number 9, Lagathura. I guess that's maybe how you pronounce that. Last time out at Gulfstream Park, had a nice little third there, 2 lengths behind the winner. It's put in some really nice workout sense. Maybe this horse is ready to go, Terry, as a possible price.
Yeah, the longer distance may help because he's ran in the last 3 races. He's ran in the money, and won one at Gulfstream. So
Venetian Harbor, here's your speedster here, Terry. Another horse that should be really close to the front of the pace. Horses, as you were mentioning, horses before. Horses raced 10 times with 4 wins and 5 seconds. So maybe likes to hang sometimes, but got a bunch of bullet work since the last race. This horse looks to me like it's sharp and ready to go.
Yeah, he ran second last time on the dirt, but he's back now to the turf, and he should improve with a shorter distance. He has 2 bullet works in a row.
Number 11 is Violenza, a horse that could be coming off the pace. It does have a pretty good late pace figures in the top 5 here. His first start off a layoff, last time off a first start, won. The time before that, finished second by a half a length. So it looks like this horse likes to run fresh, Terry.
Yeah, he's 1 for 1 at Kentucky Downs. And as you said, he won his last race on the turf at 5.5 furlongs. So the trainer wins 18% of the time when he brings the winner back.
Number 12 is Constantina. Last time out at Del Mar, it seems like this horse is always coming in on at the end. The horse has put together a bunch of high-quality starts. Let's see. It looks like the horse in, well, every race, 9 out of the last 10 races, number 12, made up some ground late.
Yeah, he's always there, very competitive. And then I think he's going to do fairly well in this race.
Number 13, In Good Spirits, scratches into the race. Doesn't seem like it's getting a lot of love, though. First time off a layoff. The horse hasn't fared too well first time off a layoff. Workouts have been okay. It's just a horse that you can kind of throw in there. 8 out of 10 lifetime in the money on the turf.
Yeah, another horse that's very competitive. It ran second last time at Saratoga, but it hasn't raced in 49 days.
So how are you going to line them up, Terry?
Okay, let's see. I like the number 6 with the number 4, with the number 10, with the number 12.
And I'm going to go 10. I think that this horse looks like the class to the field to me. Looks like that to the bettors too. I'm going to go 10, 6 with the long shot, the 1 horse. And then I'm going to wrap it up with number 12. So 10, 6, 1, and 12 for me. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. I just hope that the 1 runs in the money and fattens up those tickets for everybody. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official, Terry. We'll talk about it after they're done.
Okay.
See you then.
See you.
Didn't see that one coming, Terry.
No, I didn't either. Best we did, I think, was run fourth, wasn't it?
I don't even know what
Six.
the 6-horse. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it was. That these races, like these European style races, are fun because if you can get the right ones, then you're in good shape. That was a good run by John Velasquez there on that 13 horse. Really wasn't working out very well. So I mean, it was just a wide open race, though. It did have, according to if you look at our picture there, I mean, it did have the third best late pace figures in the field. What was the final total of that, Terry? What was it? 13 what?
Oh, 13, 7, 9.
13, 7, 9?
And then 6.
Yeah, so 13, 7, 9, and 6. So you got the 13 and the 7 right there. Had you just boxed the 13, 7, 9, and 12, you would have had the exacta. I mean, maybe we should just go straight off of that stuff, Terry.
Could be, huh?
Yeah, looks like the pace is figuring out better than the handicappers on, at least on that particular race, Terry. Hopefully, we can find something a little bit better, a little better fortune. And I don't know what happened to that 10 horse. It just kind of went straight back. Maybe didn't like the undulations on the course. I'm not sure.
Oh, it could have been the heel too. And of course, it took went up to the front early in the race, so expended a lot of energy getting there.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Race number 7 is 1 mile on the turf, the Kentucky Downs Lady Turf. It's another graded affair for $750,000, Terry. I would like to, if we pick this one right, get $750,000.
Oh, that'd be great.
It would be beautiful. Maybe in line for a pay increase. Yep. All right, Terry. Well, we'll talk about the Ladies Turf Stakes. 10 minutes, about 12 minutes to post. So I'll see you then, my friend.
Okay, see ya.
One quick note, I forgot. Terry, it doesn't involve you. About the contest over at Horse Racing Radar, yes, the scores are incorrect because for some reason, race number 5 posted twice. So people got double credit for that. We'll see. We'll have to go back once it's all over and figure out exactly how we're going to delete that or take care of that. So that's why those numbers are wrong. So hopefully we can get it corrected before the contest is over, but more than likely it'll be once the contest is over. So we will see you 10 minutes to post for race number 7. We're back and we're live for race number 7. Terry, you with me?
I'm here.
All right, perfect. It's the 1 mile on the turf for the ladies turf stakes, a graded 3 event for $750,000. We talked about before that the mile has been dominated by closers and outside horses as well. The post position, inside posts have not done well, as 17 of 18 coming in today and 18 of 19 so far today have been from post 4 and out, with the majority of those coming between posts 4 and 7. As far as pace, as we mentioned here, speed does hold up a little bit better at a mile than it does at the 6.5 furlongs. Looks like Harold James likes the 12 horse here, L12. We'll see if what is that? I know it in Spanish. I can't think of it, but El Doce? No, that would be the 2, something like that. But anyway, the speed does hold up a little bit better here on the 1 mile. Joel Rosario looking for his first win. Brian Hernandez and Rafael Barjano looking for their first wins as well. Same with trainer Brad Cox and McPeak, who are the 2 top trainers at the distance. Terry, let's take a look at the way the race might set up. Looks like Sarah C., the 1 horse, could be the early pace setter. You look at the kind of pace numbers, though, Terry, it does have a pretty good advantage over the 4, the 6, and the 9. And then the rest of them are kind of bunched up afterwards. So I don't expect there's going to be a whole lot of separation. Maybe the 1 might try to shake free, but I think all the rest are probably going to be pretty tightly packed. On the way home, Princess Grace, and she's on the warpath. I wonder what he did wrong that day when he named that horse. But those 2 have the best late pace figures. And then, of course, the 3 and the 4 should be right behind. So those are the fastest 4 on the way home, Terry. Let's see what we think about the horses in this field altogether. So the first horse, as I mentioned, is Sarah C. Any chance that Sarah C. can see the winner's circle as a long shot?
Not for me, although returning to a route may help her.
You think that could be a difference finder for Sarah C.?
Could be, but I'm not counting on it.
Yeah, I'm not counting on that being the case either. I don't. Maybe second time off a layoff, you see some improvement, Terry. I'm doubtful that you'll see any improvement in the second race, because I think this is a field that she's catching that's probably a little bit stiffer than she's faced before. Number 2, Princess Grace, is the heavy favorite. This is a horse that knows where the winner's circle is, finding it 5 times out of 6 races. And then the lone miss was only by a half a length. Third time off a layoff. Interestingly, though, the one time that the horse did not win was the third time in its race, only other 3 race cycle.
Yeah, that's true. And I think it should be the favorites. 1 3 in a row. Highest last race was the highest speed rating of the entries. Mm-hmm. Trainer wins 20% of the time when he brings a horse back on the 3rd race after a layoff. Won its last race at Del Mar on the turf. It was a grade 2 race. Has the best turf speed among today's starters, and has a really good workout on September 5th.
Yeah, a bunch of bullet workouts coming into the spot. Yeah. Abscond, the 3 horse with Flavian Pratt and Eddie Kennelly. Horse making its first start since July 24th. Hasn't had a trip at the Kentucky Downs course yet. It did finish a nice second last time out, only by 3/4 of a length, with a really strong rush at the end. Could be one of the horses that's closing pretty hard. I have it as the 3rd fastest horse coming down the lane late. Maybe that's good enough.
Yeah, and likes the distance quite a bit. And last race, it came in really wide into the stretch.
Number 4 is Curel. Isn't that a name for like isn't that lotion or toilet paper or something? I'm not sure. but it's the 4 start off a layoff. Last time the horse made it into a 4 race cycle. The 4th race was the best of the 4. So maybe room for improvement or hope for Peter Miller and Tyler Gaffleone here. What do you think?
Yeah, ran a good 3rd in the last race at Del Mar. Has a really nice workout on September 4th, a 1 minute flat handling. It was the 3rd best workout out of 15.
She's on the warpath. Steve Margolis and Adam Beshiza has the highest speed figure at today's distance. Horse also had one of the better races last time out at Ellis Park. Another that hasn't raced at Kentucky Downs, but has raced at the distance 6 times with 3 wins and a second and a third. So clearly one that likes the mile.
Yeah, actually does pretty well. It's won 50% of the time at the mile, and as
Mhm.
you said, 5 out of 6 in there. Has the highest speed rating at today's distance, and has won 8 out of 19 career starts.
Yeah, this one knows where to find the winner's circle, and 3 straight and incremental speed figure increases. Pretty very consistent horse. Shifty She. That's almost a tongue twister. And if you're not careful, folks, we could end up getting banned by the FEC. This is a horse that should be close to the front out of the gates, Terry. Second time off a layoff. When you look back at its previous 2 race cycles, kind of took a step back in round 2. But the one thing about this horse, it's pretty much an all or nothing. It's won 4 out of 7 at the distance, 5 of 8 on the turf, with 1 third place finish that was really last time out.
Yeah, won 2 out of the last 3, as you were talking. The last one actually didn't hold for the whole mile. So, and so it's done fairly decent. I like the jockey. I read Ortiz.
Yeah, he and Safi Joseph Jr. have won 1 out of 13 together. So maybe not the most lethal combination for Irad and Safi Joseph Jr. Princess Causeway, the 7 horse. It looks to me like it's the longest shot on the board, Terry. Not taking any money. Was 12-1. Not too bad of a race last time out. Should improve in the second start off a layoff. Why no love for the 7 horse from players?
I don't know because, it won 2 out of 3 at Kentucky Downs in its career.
Does like the course.
Yeah, it does. And he ran third in his last race. He has early speed. So.
Yeah, so the 7 horse should be, maybe it could. I think it just doesn't have any late legs. It tends to fade pretty hard. So I think that's why people are backing off. Plus, really not fared well at the distance. Number 8, Summer in Saratoga. Looks like a great place to spend. We spent a lot of time at Saratoga this summer doing these live contests. The 8 horse is one that should be middle of the pack out of the gates, and then middle of the pack in terms of late pace figure. So if they can get the right trip, Luis Saez could steal this one.
Yeah, actually, that horse has won 3 out of the last 5 races, and on one of the races he didn't have a chance because it stumbled and lost the rider at the start. So
it's kind of hard to win like that, huh?
Yeah, I'd throw that out. So to me, it's won 3 out of the last 4.
Yeah, and also when you look at it too, it's another horse that's seen some major improvement in the last 2. So yeah, and then when it's run on turf, 3 of the last times it's been on turf, the last 3 times it's won. So that's pretty interesting to me. Number 9 rounds out the field. That's Delica. The horse is going to start for the 3rd time off a break. The last time it made a 3 race cycle, it was indeed the best effort in terms of speed number of the 3. Horse has improved, kind of backed off a little bit. You see here, did the same thing last time out, came out, backed off a little bit, and then popped back up again. So this horse pops back up again, Terry, should be a real threat since it's already won one at this distance, this course.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, with the shorter distance, that can help improve. Has jockey Joel Rosario, who we said in the last 7 days has won 13 races. So,
all right, Terry, how do you rank them, my friend?
Okay, I like 2, 6, 3, 9.
2, 6, 3, and 9. Well, we both agree with the 2 on top. Behind the 2 for me, I have the 8, the 9, and the 5. Hoping to maybe catch a price somewhere along the lines today, and one of the tickets behind the top choice. So again, for Terry, he's going 2, 6, 3, 9. Rich is going 2, 8, 9, and 5. Hopefully, one of those tickets will line up correctly when they hit the winner's circle, Terry.
That's hopefully.
Let's hope so too. So looks like Yalamar Colon, he likes the 4 horse. And that is, let's go back up here real quick again. That is Corel, the hand lotion.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if Corel can get it can lubricate its way right into the winner's circle. So if you're watching for the first time, if you like what you're seeing, make sure you subscribe on YouTube, like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. All of that helps our rankings. The more our rankings go up, the more folks get to come in and enjoy this. Certainly, we hope to have some more winners for you as the day goes on. Head on over to horseracingradar.com if you haven't, so that you can enter tomorrow's Kentucky Downs contest. We'll see you when race number 7 is official.
Okay.
Well, Terry had the superfecta with his top 4 picks. He went 2, 6, 3, and 9, and it went 2, 9, 3, and 6. I unfortunately did not have the superfecta, but maybe in the next race. Nonetheless, that 10-cent superfecta for Terry turned into $17 and change. So in most races, either one of us has had some sort of winners today. Terry, you've been a little warmer than I have, so I got to play a little catch up, a little bit closer in the back half of the day today. But nonetheless, I mean, that 2-horse was a standout horse for sure. The 9-horse did look like a pretty good run there. The 6 and the 3, it was pretty tight, down the stretch over who's going to come in. I got to say, watching it on TV, I'm like, I hate when they go to the head-on angle because you have no idea who's doing what.
I know. You don't know. You don't know who's going to be second, third, or if they're even going to catch the front runner. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's really difficult to tell. I'm looking at it and I'm like, what in the world is going on?
Yeah, but that too is impressive because he didn't have the cleanest trip, as you could see. He had to change course a couple of times, and coming up that hill is pretty hard for those horses. So
indeed. So here we have Annabelle Basalo says race number 8 with the 7 and 9. So it looks like he likes the 7 and 9 in race number 8, or maybe race 8. I'm not quite sure. Maybe it means 8 with 7, 9. I'm not 100% positive on that. So we'll find out what Terry and I think 10 minutes to post for the next race, which is yet another stakes race. Race number 8 is the FanDuel Turf Sprint. This is a $1 million race, and the winner of this race actually, Terry, goes off to to Del Mar a little later on in the year for their Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's in the Turf Sprint at the Breeders' Cup. The next 2 races are Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win in your in spots. Again, if you're watching for the first time, please go over to Horse Racing Radar, and you'll see that Terry and I, along with our other partner, Sean, unfortunately, Tom missed it. We did a nice little podcast with jockey Julien Laperot. You can check that out or you can look at it on our YouTube channel. If you're on YouTube right now, hit the subscribe button, as many of you have today. We thank you very much and appreciate that. If you really like what you're doing, give us a thumbs up. Of course, you can follow us on Facebook at Racing Radar with a thumbs up, as Terry says, or keep along with us on Twitter as well at Racing Radar. A lot of great stuff, including free picks over at Horse Racing Radar. And of course, Terry and I, we don't just do this, Terry. What else do we do?
We do the morning show on Monday through Thursday. We do a pick 4 at one of the tracks. Each day is usually a different track, and it's a late pick 4. And we enjoy doing it, and we love to have people come and watch us. And if you like that show, please follow us on YouTube and subscribe to it, and follow us on Twitter and also Facebook. Give us a thumbs up.
And tell your friends about us, too. That works out very well. Use your social sites to help promote us. We 100% appreciate it. This is a community where we're trying to all find winners together. That's the great thing about horse racing, right? So everyone has their own ideas. They can look at the same sheets, come away with something completely different, which is cool, right? For sure.
It is.
So
yeah.
I appreciate that, Terry. All right, Terry, we'll be back about 12 minutes to race number 8 for the FanDuel Turf Sprint Stakes. See which horse can walk away with like $600,000. Let's see. We won $1,000. Good job, Terry. Yeah, fantastic. I'm glad you won $1,000 there. So make sure on that number 2. Well, we both had the 2 horse. Why are you thinking just Terry? Everybody always likes Terry the most. Whenever we have a guest on, everybody loves Terry.
He said,
maybe we should just name the show Everybody Loves Terry.
Yeah, he said Terry's my man.
Well, I don't know about that, Terry. Anyway, we'll see you, Terry, 10 minutes to post, my friend.
Okay.
Take care. We'll see you then, everybody.
All righty.
Well, Terry, you got another chance to make Junior happy right now.
Yeah, be nice, huh?
You can be the man, my man. 6.5. This race is 6 furlongs, Terry. And believe it or not, you would think as many races that they run at 6.5 furlongs. I mean, most tracks, 6 furlongs is probably one of the most common distances.
It is, yeah.
They have not run one race at 6 furlongs at this meet during at Kentucky Downs.
Wow.
So I wonder if that turn is going to come pretty early for a lot of these horses. And I think they might even be starting downhill based upon, previous races. And I don't know, maybe that could speed up the race a little bit and maybe give early pace maybe an advantage this race. I don't know because they haven't run it. I'm just going to work under the idea that 6 furlongs will look a lot like 6.5 furlongs, but maybe speed will hold up just a little bit longer so you can't get so far back and come in at the end. That's just my guesstimate. But what I'm not going to guess at, Terry, is how they'll line up when they come out of the gate. So it looks like number 3, Bombard, will be the fastest horse out of the gate, along with number 11, Stubbins. Those two horses have the early pace advantage over number 12, Imprimis. And then the 5, those 4 are the fastest of the group. Then you have 4 through 8. Those horses from Gear Jockey all the way down to CM Reap are very similar. So I think you're going to see the 3, the 11, and the 12 kind of break out from the pack with the 5, and then the rest of the group following them. On the way back home, the 1, the 10, and the 7. So Diamond Oops, Chewing Gum, and Casa Creed have very similar late pace figures. And then you have Front Run the Fed, Fast Boat, and CM Reap as horses that should be right behind. So I think this race is absolutely wide open. So it'll be interesting to see how they come in. Hopefully we can find some nice prices and make everybody happy, not just Junior.
Yeah, look, that's right. It looks like Fred Jones likes Bombard.
Likes number 3. He likes the
That's
speed
right.
horse. All right, Fred.
That's
Well,
right.
he got that number at 8. He got that 18-1 going pretty well. Annabelle likes the 7 and the 9. So we got the 3, the 7, and the 9. I think by the time it's all done, we might have every single horse in the race there somewhere in our picks. All right, so number 1, Diamond Oops. This horse, Terry's making the first start since July 3rd. Horse has not run at Kentucky Downs, has only one course, one trip at the distance. Any chance that the Florent can find the winner's circle?
Well, the trainer does win 21% of the time anytime he's had a horse come back after a 46 to 90 days break.
Mm-hmm.
And the horse did finish 3rd on the dirt after coming 6 wide into the stretch last race. So,
and he was the favorite at the time. So the fans think about that. But he's going turf to dirt. Patrick Biacone, that's not the best angle for him, only hitting at 9%. Fast Boat was fast at the end of his last race at Saratoga, 5.5 furlongs. So the extra half a furlong might work to his advantage. Tied for had the highest last race speed figure, which is actually over par. 2 consecutive speed figure increases for this particular horse. 1 for 1 at Kentucky Downs. Joe Osario seems to be an awful lot of good things going on with this horse to be 10-1 morning line.
Yeah, I've always liked Fast Boat, and he's got the highest last speed rating of the bunch. He won his last race at Saratoga, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. It was a grade 3. And then he's got this hot trainer jockey combination that in the last 14 days are 2 for 2. He has a sharp workout also on September 5th.
Yeah, I like that bullet workout. That tells me that horse is remaining sharp coming into here. Here you go. Fred's Bombard. The horse should be towards the front with Flavian Pratt. Flavian's ridden this horse 9 out of the last 10 races and usually gets a pretty good effort out of the horse. He's got 2 seconds at the distance and a second at Kentucky Downs at the distance. And it was in this race last year that this horse finished second, Terry, by a neck.
Yeah, this is another favorite of mine. Won last race at Santa Anita on the turf, 6.5 furlongs. He was a grade 3, the Daytona. And Flavian Pratt does ride him again. Knows the horse pretty darn well.
Very well. Number 4, Gear Jockey Jose Lescayano, George Arnold II. Horse is making its 3rd start off a layoff. The last time the horse did a 3-race cycle, it was absolutely its best race. It's trending in the right direction and has a bullet workout. So the 4-horse looks like it can be competitive here too.
Yes, it does. It's finished in the money 6 out of 7 times this year. The only negative thing is that Fast Boat beat it last time out. So
Well, maybe you're going to turn the tables. We'll see.
Good.
Born Great. This horse is named after Terry. Brendan Walsh and Adam Bashiza. The horse is making its second start off a layoff. Last time in the second 2-race cycle, the horse actually backed up. But the last 2 times at Kentucky Downs actually ran its best speed figure ever at Kentucky Downs when it won an allowance $95,000 race, getting into the triple digits, Terry.
Yeah, and it's won its last 2 out of the last 4 races this year. And the trainer wins 18% of the time when he has a sprint. And so I think this horse has a good chance.
Yeah, probably be somewhere near the front. Front run the Fed. Very good idea if you're investing. I don't know if it's a good idea if you're investing in this horse, though. He has run 6 furlongs 3 times, got to win. Pair of seconds, so maybe hangs a little bit at the end. One of those seconds, Terry, looks like it was in this race last year by a neck.
Yeah, but I think he probably needs another race, though, before he's ready for this.
Before he's ready to get going in this spot? All right.
Yep.
Casa Creed. This is a horse that should be coming very hard at the end. Have him. He's in the mid-pack there, but he should be one of the horses that closes. Second start off a layoff. Usually improves in round 2. Got a good jockey trainer combo. Not really. They only hit at about 9% together. But I do like Bill Mott on the turf.
Yeah, he won 2 out of the last 3 races. The last race he ran third by 2. And he has a sharp workout on September 4th, 48-1 at furlongs breezing, and it was 9th out of 34. So
this guy, Turgay Yazir, says he thinks the 12 is going to win, Terry, but we'll see what we think about the 12. See him reap. Did we just talk about that one, Terry? Third time off a layoff? We haven't talked about James Graham and Terry Graham, all right? What do you think about that?
3 seconds in a row. Been eligible to improve on a third race after a layoff. So, yeah, he's got a chance.
He's also got the top pedigree score. And if you look at that last race, man, he went from 8th in the stretch to 2nd in the stretch. Bounced around a lot at the beginning. So maybe this horse might be one that could shock everybody. Number 9, Got Stormy. Boy, this horse shocked us in the 4-star, Dave, at Saratoga at 12.5 to 1. Beat Casa Creed and a couple of other of these horses. But, Got Stormy, she back?
I don't know. She might be, because that was a grade 1. And like you said, she shocked everybody. Did a nice run. So, and she's won 2 out of 4 races this year, collected $377,000. So.
And she's 1 for 1 over this course. And to boot, since that last race, Got Stormy put in the fastest workout of 51 horses on the Saratoga training track on August the 29th at 4 furlongs. Tells me that Tyler Gaffalione is sitting on a sharp horse again. Number 10, Chewing Gum. Terry, this horse is also 1 for 1 at the Kentucky Downs course, making its second start off a layoff, though going to have to improve a lot from its last effort.
I agree with that. The only really positive thing is has a really nice workout on September 4th of 47.3, breezing, 10th out of 97 workers.
Stubbins, this horse is going to be making its first start off the break. Looking back at its history, hasn't really fired that well when it's fresh. Maybe a horse that needs a couple workouts, a race or 2 before it hits its final stride. Does have some nice workouts prepping for this spot. I just think it's a horse that's probably going to need one.
Yeah, it probably is. It was a lot better in its 3-year-old campaign. So ever since then, it's not done that particularly well. So.
Not been as well, not as strong. Imprimis, last time out, was well bet, finished behind Fast Boat and the Gear Jockey, though I expect that you'll see some serious improvement in round 2 off the bench. Has raced here before, and last year won this race by a neck with a nice closing rush. Can Imprimis go back-to-back at Kentucky Downs, Terry?
Could be. He's got the best turf speed among today's starters, the fastest, and of course he's eligible to improve in his second start since the layoff.
Well, let's do the gambler's fallacy and say he's due, Terry, right?
Okay.
All right, so how are you lining them up, Terry?
I like 3 with the 2, with the 7, with the 9.
3, 2, 7, 9. Boy, we got some different numbers here. I have 2, 9, 5, and 12. hopefully, Terry, it's my turn to put together a superfecta. But if you do, I know at least our fan Junior will be pretty pumped, and then you'll continue to be his main man.
All right.
All right, Terry, we'll see how they line up when it's official. Good luck to everybody, and hope your picks end up in the winner's circle. quick update. If you're playing the free contest over at Horse Racing Radar, we have a free contest every Friday, every Saturday, and every Sunday. The Friday and Sunday winners get $50. The Saturday winner of the live contest that we're doing right now gets $100. But just a quick update. For some reason, in the middle of the card, we had the fifth race duplicate, so people got credit twice. That has since been corrected, so the standings right now should reflect the actual standings. So, Terry, maybe we should take a look at them right now. It's been a wild, wild day. Certainly, that's another race. As we mentioned, it was wide open, Terry, and Four Horse certainly ran a really nice race right there.
He did. Yeah, he turned the tables, like you were saying, on Fast Boat.
Mm-hmm. He sure did. I wish I would have jumped on him turning the tables. So, Sherry Baby. Yeah, that's what is that, Terry? That's music from your era. Who sang that song? Sherry Baby, please don't.
Four Seasons, maybe.
The Four Seasons, maybe. All right. Lewis Harris is right there. Foolish Al being anything but foolish in third place with Phil G. Rosie Price right in there as well. Wanda Borders, George Irat, Stephen Montablano. So there's a whole bunch of folks in there. So hopefully it's continues to do pretty well. If you're at the top, not a whole lot of races left to catch up, Terry. But one of the things that we can hopefully do is find a couple more winners. We have the $1 million Calumet Stakes coming up. That's another Breeders' Cup win and you're in race, Terry. They haven't run a mile and a half before, so it's kind of interesting that it's going to be. I think it's going to be one where closers really make a difference.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, usually does.
Are you enjoying your day so far today, Terry?
Oh yeah, I have a great time doing this, and of course, if you're watching and you like it, don't forget to subscribe on YouTube and follow us on Twitter, and you can go to Racing Radar at Facebook and give us a thumbs up.
Yes, and subscribe, hit the bell, thumbs up, follow us on Twitter, all that good stuff, so that you can help us go up the Google algorithms. That's these brainiacs write the algorithms, and we have to try to figure out how to make them work. And then Junior says, Terry, come on, let's go. I need to pay my loan. If you need to pay your loan, you gotta.
Yeah, he said, please try to make the next one hit. Well, I'll do everything I can.
Yes, he's going to go all in on race number 9, Junior. Well, I wouldn't advise you to go all in, but only over bet what you can afford to lose. And the people out there putting goofy stuff in there about videos, please don't do that. This is not the proper forum for that. This is a legitimate website where we're actually trying to put some good information out for people. So you can keep that stuff off there for thank you very much. We'd appreciate that. All right, Terry, we'll be back for race number 9 about 11 minutes from now, Terry. So I look forward to talking about a long one. We got a couple scratches that maybe impact the race, but we'll see what we like in 13 minutes, about 12 minutes to post, Terry.
All right. See you then.
Yeah, I know he's a scammer, Junior. I wish I knew how to get rid of those scammers. He's a scammer and a spammer, so I wish I know how to get. Yeah, I will have to block him. Unfortunately, between races, we can't. I don't have time to go over there because my head's in the paper. But I will absolutely block him later on. I appreciate you guys giving me the heads up on that, and we will get rid of it. Thanks again, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes, Terry.
Okay, see you then.
Take care. Once again, Terry, we have a crazy, wide open, anything can win race here at the Calumet Turf Cup Stakes. Again, a Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win, and you are in. Woo, Terry. They don't run any at 1.5 miles, so it's impossible to tell you which horses have the advantage based upon pace, which post positions are the ones that are probably going to win. But we can look real quickly at how they might race when they come out of the gates. I suspect that coming off the pace might be a winning strategy, but, and the big but here, it looks to me like Channel Cat, Terry, could get out, way out on the rest of this field, maybe accelerate out of the gates, run a good enough quarter to get far enough ahead of everybody else, kind of gear it down for maybe the second half mile as everybody kind of closes in a little bit, and then pick it back up again as they come for home. So the Channel Cat, to me, only horse that has a chance to really get out and could get out and set the pace by itself. Everybody else is going to be, I think, considerably behind Channel Cat. Coming home, number 9, Glen County. Number 15, Dynadrive, which scratched into the race. Number 1, Imperador and Arklow. And number 13, Big Dreaming. Those 5 have the best late pace numbers. The 9 has the best by a pretty good margin. Then the 15, the 1, the 5, and the 13 are kind of tightly bunched up there. So a lot to pick from, Terry, here. If you like speed, Channel Cat takes from the wire. If you like some closers, boy, there's going to be plenty to pick from. So let's look at number 1, Imperador. And the horse is coming from Monmouth. Has not run at Kentucky Downs. Terry, what do you think about Imperador's chances?
Well, he closed and ran second in his last race. So, the extra distance might help. And I do like Joseph Talamo. He's a good rider, but it's not a horse I want to use.
No, for me, it's not one I would use either. But that, based upon the last couple of races, maybe that's one you should use. Number 2, Crossfire Hurricane. Reference to the Rolling Stones and the FBI's investigation into our ex-president Donald Trump. That didn't turn out very well for the FBI. But in any case, this is the second start off the layoff. Ran a really good speed figure after coming over here from Ireland. Maybe Crossfire Hurricane is one to contend with.
It might be, although it only lost by 2 lengths in the last race at Delmar, mile and 3/8. So maybe this extra little bit of ground will help it out quite a bit.
Yeah, you could. And it got, the horse has really struggled getting out of the gates since coming over here. So maybe a little bit quicker start might get stuff done today. Number 3, Channel Cat. Like I said, Channel Cat has the, probably going to get out to a big lead. The last race speed figure was one that was over par. Was the favorite last time out in the Bowling Green Stakes at Saratoga. Got out to a lead and gave it up. So maybe that's how it did it the last time it had a 2-race cycle too. Got out, gave it up. Next race came back to win. So maybe he can do it again here.
Yeah, he could still this race. He's got the trainer wins 34% of the time when he brings a beaten favorite back. And that Channel Cat can handle the money. He's won one, and not the money, the distance. He's won one. And he's been in the money 2 other times. He's been nothing but graded stakes runs, and he's won at grade 1.
And he's won at this track too. So Tide of the Sea, number 4, was also a favorite last time out. This is the horse that'll probably chase Channel Cat around the track. So maybe that might not be the best strategy. Was the favorite last out, got beat as it faded, 4th time off a layoff. The horse kind of regressed a little bit last race, so I'm a little concerned you might see some more regression right here.
Yeah, he has won 2 out of 4 races at today's distance, and he's 1 for 1 in Kentucky Downs. He could get the lead, and if not pressed, he could go all the way, but I think Channel Cat's going to press.
Could go all the way. He could go all the way. Number 5, Arklow. This is a horse that's always seemingly in the mix. Loves this distance. We know that. Yeah. 3rd off a layoff is a 26% winner for trainer Brad Cox. And interestingly, the horse came off the bench and ran 2 stinkers, right? Boom, boom. There you see them. You look back here, and the last time he this is a different horse. Anyway, 3rd time off the layoff, he came back and did okay. So maybe 3rd time off the layoff is the charm for Arklow?
Yeah, I really like Carclo in here. Has the highest speed rating figure at today's distance, and his best turf speed is the fastest among today's starters. He likes Kentucky Downs and the distance. Won't be a problem as he's won 5 times at mile and a half. He has a
Defending
good,
champion, it looks like to me too.
yeah, he is, yeah.
Mm.
He has a good trainer jockey combo in the last 14 days. Out of 7 mounts, have won 4. 1 second, 1 third. He has a sharp workout on September 4th, 48 flat breezing. It was the 4th best workout out of 64.
Well, the good news is that this is what I was looking for. Last time he wasn't in form either when he showed up here and managed to win. So maybe he's just a horse for the course. Number 6, Bluegrass Parkway. Unfortunately, our friend Julian got scratched out. Number 7 is also Fantasioso, is also scratched out. Number 8, A Journey to Freedom. Terry, third time off a layoff. Could that be the charm here?
No, I actually don't care for this horse very much at all. And kind of
No, what did he do to you?
Well, I just don't like his the way he runs, and I don't think he's this class of horse at this time. I think he's kind of needs to another race
over his head.
Yeah, it's a little over the head for now. He has ran against graded horses before and done fairly decent, but I think right now he's kind of off of his game.
This is a little bit of, his speed numbers. He's got a way to go to catch up to some of these other. Glen Country also ran a speed figure above par last time out at Arlington Park, where he finished third behind 2 Emmys, and not too far behind one of the best turf horses, Domestic Spending. Wasn't the best turf horse that day. It does have the best late pace figures in the field, Terry. So maybe Glen Country is at 15-1 overpriced.
Yeah, I like this horse a lot. He ran third in his last race at 1.25 miles, and it was a grade 1 race. He just ran out of real estate. And today, the distance at 1.5 miles, he's won at that distance and has only started 1.5 miles. He's trained by Michael Maker, and jockey is Tyler Gaffleon. That's a good combination.
Epic Bromance, Terry. Any chance a horse can come from Monmouth and do well here?
I don't like the horse. It's a toss for me.
It's a toss for you. Okay, yeah, probably a toss for me as well. Zulu Alpha, another of the scratched horses. Number 12, Breakpoint, ran well over in Chile, but since moving to the United States, didn't do so well for Chad Brown. Now in the Steve Asmussen barn, any chance that they can take that at Chile form and bring it to Kentucky?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what's happened since coming to the USA, but maybe it's just the trip coming over or whatever, but I really don't like it in this race.
Yeah, I have to show some form over here first. Number 13, Big Dreaming, scratches into the race for Corey Lineri, looking for his second win on the day. Graded stakes, not really a big thing for trainer Wayne Catalano, who dominates around here in Chicago, but the horse has 3 wins in 2 seconds on turf.
Yeah, that's true, but I think it's also a little over its head here. I think I'd like to see it in a graded race before I make a decision to use it.
Yeah, I mean, the horse has certainly gone against weaker competition. This big step up for sure. Though it did at a Kentucky Downs last year at a similar level, finish second. So with Landros in the irons, which is the last time he rode that. No, that's Landros, not Lineri, but Lineri won him last time. So number 4, Artemis Eagle, 14, Terry.
Yeah, he has the highest last free speeding, and he won his last race at Saratoga at let's see, it was at 1.25 miles. So
you're talking about 14 was at Ellis Park last time out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ellis Park, and he was 6x4, I think, was where he ended up.
Mm-hmm. Finally, number 15, Dynadrive. So horse that could be charging late, Terry, got into the competition late, coming over from Saratoga, has run at Belmont, another one that's stepping up, but I expect you're going to see this horse coming like a monster at the end. Its off-track record and its turf record has been good.
Yeah, and what's nice about this horse is it can run from in mid-pack or from way behind. So I think that's a good angle, a good thing for him to have. So,
all right, what are your picks, Terry?
Okay, and let's see. I like the 5 with the 9, with the 4, with the 3.
5, 9, 4, and 3. I'm going to go 3, 5, 9, and I'm going to go ahead with that Wayne Catalano horse at 13. Horse should be not that far off the pace, has some good late kick too, so maybe it'll be well positioned coming out of the turn to make its way into the upset. Let's see real quick before we roll out of here. I'm with Channel Cat and Arklow, says Fred Jones. Yes, I think that's a probably a pretty good bet as well. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official, Terry. Hopefully, one of our sets of picks is in the winner's circle. We'll find out when it's official.
All right. See you then.
See you then for sure. Well, Terry, we had the 5 and the 9, just neither one of us had the one horse, huh?
That's true, but of course, I was talking about that one with Joseph Tellum. I told you I like him, and it ran second at like a mile and a quarter. So just need a little. He gave it a perfect ride, but really the best horse in that race was the 5. Had all kinds of trouble, blocked, had to switch lanes, and just ran out of real estate. So
Yeah, that was I was trying to keep track because they didn't have like on the screen where they were on the in the race, and I wasn't sure if they were where they were. I was like, oh man, are they going to start moving that meter now, or they just don't have the meter metered? What is going on there? But yeah, it was a good race by the one. You can see the owners and all that were pretty psyched that they're going to go to the Breeders' Cup. So I like to see that. People who are happy, the owners of Bonnie Chance Farm LLC and Stud Farm, Joe Talamo. Good to see him back in the winner's circle again. And yeah, the horse did run a very good race off the bench. And I am liking that Monmouth angle, Terry, more and more, because it seems like horses that ran at Monmouth and then they got away from the whip, so to speak, because of the rules over there. Then they come back to another track where the jockey's allowed to give them a little bit of encouragement, and they get some encouragement and they run a little bit better. So maybe the one horse and Predador might be a factor in the Breeders' Cup come November when you're at that track, Terry.
yeah, I agree. Junior Joe said, "Oh man."
Oh man, yeah, that was a tough one. I mean, we were right behind you. You could have done all 5-9. Would have been all right.
Yeah.
For sure. It says these Jets got to step it up, Terry. Yeah, see, you got to blame Terry Junior, because he's your man. Can't blame me. You got to blame Terry.
And my first pick ran second by only getting beat like a quarter length. So,
well, second to second. There's only one winner, Terry.
That's okay.
All right, so we got one more stakes race coming up before we head off to the sunset with a closing maiden race, I think, and it's 11, and it's another 6.5 furlong race in race number 10. That is what stakes is it? The Franklin-Simpson Stakes or something like that?
Something like that.
Yeah, I think wasn't that like a senator or something, some senator bill? I don't know, maybe a bank, but yes, it's the Franklin-Simpson. It's probably a law firm in Kentucky, would be my guess, but I have no idea.
Grade 2 per 600,000. So
still a very good race, and we'll talk a little bit about what kind of horses tend to win at 6.5 furlongs. Terry and I will tell you which horses that we like, and then you'll know that you want to pick one of the other ones for your winner. And then just put ours behind for second and third. We'll see you 10 minutes to post, Terry.
All right. See you then.
Hey, Terry, this is the next race is race number 10, 6.5 furlongs, as I mentioned. It is the Franklin, Simpson Stakes, grade 3. It looks to me like when we look back at the previous races again, doesn't look like you want to inside post. It looks like you want to have an outside post. That would be your preference. And then again, it looks to me like you would prefer to have a closer in this spot than you would like to have a winner. We haven't seen Joel Rosario or Julian or Tyler Gaffleon find their way into the winner's circle, so maybe this will be the race to do it. Let's take a quick look at how they might come out of the gates and see if indeed maybe we can find some late pace in here that we like. So the fastest out of the gate looks like it will be Next. Actually, those first four, Next, Omaha City, Into the Sunrise, County Final, they all have some pretty similar numbers. Bodenheimer is in that mix as well, but not as fast as the first four. And of course, the Learjet and Miss Amulet are coming from overseas. So as a result, it's kind of difficult to tell what they're going to do. Although it looks like the Learjet, when she raced over here in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, is either a late closer or got off to a really bad start, which is possible. And Miss Amulet, when she raced over here in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile for fillies, and you see that horse broke mid-pack, so and closed really hard. So maybe that horse is going to be the 5 horse, a little higher up on the late pace scenario. Although the last two, well, we'll talk about the last few in a minute when we talk about the horses. Terry, let's start with horse number 1. That horse and beat us last time. The one horse. Into the Sunrise. Can Into the Sunrise, Terry, get us one more time?
Well, he might. Into the Sunrise has won 2 out of the last 3 races, and he has a sharp 5 furlong workout of 1 minute and some change, breezing, for best workout out of 11 workouts that day. Yeah,
and you got to wonder at what point does IRAD show up today, right? He's got to show up at some point for sure.
Yep.
Number 2 is the Learjet. As we mentioned, the horse is coming in from Britain. Ran in Ascot, Newmarket. So it's running at some of the top tracks over there. Hasn't fared well lately. And when you look at its history on a good surface, it's 50-50 at best. So maybe the horse is a little overmatched here for Tyler.
Yeah, he hasn't done very well over in Great Britain. And, of course, he came over and ran in the Breeders' Cup race and didn't do really well there. So it's hard for, determine how they're going to do when they come from Europe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually you get some hint that they might do all right, but this one is not giving you any hint. County Final is coming in from Canada, shipping in from out of country as well, but just not anywhere near as far as it travel. It's a horse that's making the second start off a layoff, has run at Kentucky Downs before, got off to a good start, and then kind of tailed off from there.
Yeah, he's run second in his last 2 races, and he has the highest last race speed rating in this race. He's got a good workout September 3rd at Saratoga, 49-2, breezing, 7th best workout out of 29.
Yeah, well, maybe the horse can show up for sure. It's one that Joel Rosario is due. As I mentioned, Joel has had a great meet so far. The day hasn't worked out yet for him, but that's still a couple races to go. So maybe this will be the race for Joel to find his way into the winner's circle. Number 4 is Easy Time. Any chance that Easy Time will have an easy time?
Well, he's I don't think so. He has won 1 out of out of 4 this year. Mm-hmm. And that was at Woodbine. He ran at Saratoga, and actually he ran 5th by 5. Annex in that race ran 2nd. So I don't think he's going to have a very easy time.
Miss Amulet did come over here and run well in the Breeders' Cup, and then went on the bench, came back at the Curragh over in Ireland and ran a tough race. Finished 13th out of 14. Didn't do very well, but that field, Empress, Josephine, good horse. Joan of Arc, a really good horse. Came back after that to run in the Darley Cup at Newmarket and faced the likes of Starman, Dragon Symbol, Oxt. Those are some really good horses. And if Starman was in this race, it would probably be a 1-to-1 favorite. Starman's not in this race. Miss Amulet is. Can Miss Amulet, will she get some class relief that works to her benefit?
She might. She did a pretty good job running in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile earlier and ran a third by 2. So Aunt Pearl, of course, won that, which is a pretty good horse. Anyway, Ginch comes in from Europe, so it's a little hard to decide. But
Yeah, I mean, the form last year was good form. This year, not so good. Competition, though, has been lights out. Number 6, next for Wesley Ward and John Velasquez. The two win at 14% together. One that's likely to be up towards the front, though, does have a win over this course.
Yeah, I like this horse quite a bit. He's 1-for-1 at Kentucky Downs at today's distance. He ran 6.5 furlongs, a mile, and now he shortens up to 6.5 furlongs, which will help. And he's won 42% of the time in his career.
Okay. Number 7, Annex. Annex will be making its, I don't know, like 8th start in a row without a break. Last time out, closed pretty well in the Hall of Fame Stakes over at Saratoga on the inner turf course. Can the horse continue to move up the performance ladder?
Well, he won the race before that. He ran first at a mile and a 16th. And he's ran second in the last race, as you say. He could improve with our shorter distance. And he has a really good workout, 48.2, 9 out of 52 workouts that day.
Mm-hmm. Number 8, Tango is scratched. One thing about Annex, too, we'll just rewind for a couple seconds there. 3 consecutive speed figure increases, although they're kind of low relative to the rest of the field. So I feel like it's going to have to improve a lot. The 8 is out. Number 9, Omaha City, is going to be a horse that should be close to the early pace. Probably will fade a little bit as the race goes on. And is this horse a simply forgettable?
Well, yeah, he ran second his last race, Saratoga, which was a grade 3, but it stretches out. That may help, but I don't really think it's going to be competitive.
Point by me, Terry. His horse has raced three times, won 2 of them. Debuted greatly, then kind of struggled, and then ran really well. The one race it did not run well on was the inner turf course at Saratoga. But on a non-inner turf course, it has won 2 in a row. Although one thing that concerns me a little bit about Point by Me is you see a deterioration in speed numbers, although the horse did win.
That's true. And that last win was a grade 1 affair. The trainer wins 17% of the time when he brings a horse back who has just won his last race. He has a good workout of 1 minute breezing. He was the second best out of 9.
Bodheimer, Terry. These Bodie horses are usually fast. This one is fast, it looks like, too. But he tends to faded really hard in the last race. It's hard for me to back a horse with that sort of fade last time out.
Yeah, the shorter distance may help him because of the fading, but he also has the best turf speed among today's starters.
Joe Exotic says, take Learjet up in here, Terry.
Okay.
So maybe we should. Number 12, King of Miami, is scratched, but it still would be great to be King of Miami, Terry, I think.
It would be, yeah.
Indeed. Number 13 is Anthony Fauci. How did they know to name a horse Fauci? It's almost like all this stuff was planned that they went even out and named a horse before the pandemic. Anybody even knew who Fauci was?
No, I had no idea.
Yeah, now the horse is adding on a little bit of length from its other races. Maybe 6.5 furlongs is the right distance for Fauci. What do you say about Fauci?
I don't know. Actually, the trainer wins 25% of the time when he brings a shipper in. What's funny about this horse is he'll run a kind of a average race and a really good race and an average race and a really good race. So the next one probably going to be average. So I don't think it's going to be.
So off and on horse. So another one from Fred Jones, like Into the Sunset. And then we have from Bellaloy likes the 6 horse next. So the comment trifecta would be Learjet with Into the Sunrise with 6 next, Terry. That's how they like them. How do you like them?
All right. I like the number 6 with the number 1, with the number 3, with the number 10.
6, 1, 3, and 10 for Terry. So Rich is going to go. We got the same 4 numbers this time, Terry. I don't know what's going on. I am going to go with number 10 up top, although I do not a big fan of the regression. 6, 1, and 3. So Terry, 6, 1, 3, 10. I'm 10, 6, 1, 3. Now you know which 4 horses you should completely avoid. If we both agree, Terry, it can't be a good thing, right?
That's true.
Yes. And Eric says, go ahead with that county final. So that was actually That's in our picks too. So we all seem to be kind of in agreement here, except for Joe Exotic. So that means you could put the L on Joe's horse for not loser, but lock, since everybody else is in agreement.
Yep.
We'll find out how they line up when it's official, Terry. Hopefully one of those 4 or 5 finds their way into the winner's circle.
Sounds good to me.
See you when it's official.
All righty.
Terry, I have to say, I love this track and I hate this track simultaneously.
Yeah, I agree with you. And of course, we should congratulate the
Joe
guy.
Exotic, nailing
That's right.
Learjet.
Yeah,
I
he
told you
picked.
before we left, right? I said the fact that all of us were on the other horses and that Joe Exotic was by himself. I said it was an L, right?
That's right.
Not a
Lock.
loser, but a
Not a
lock.
lock.
And that's the way it worked out. It's funny how that always works. I know. It's just like experience tells me that when everybody's on one side and the other person's over there, you want to kind of go see what that person's doing.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, so let's see what let's see what the results of this racing contest look like right now, Terry. I imagine it's fairly wide open, wouldn't you say?
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because it's just been a crazy day in terms of all sorts of different races in there. So it says, let's see, Cherry Baby is still winning, and we still have one race left to go. But for some reason, it's saying 11 out of 11. I don't know why it's saying 11 out of 11, to be honest with you. But that's what it says on the screen. But that's inaccurate. There's still one race to go for sure. And Fred Jones is, yes, he's all over Joe. He owns shares in that horse. So that's not fair. That's why he liked him so much, right?
Yeah.
A little inside information. Yeah, well, I can't say thanks. I can't say, thanks for not sharing, but because you did share.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's true.
So one last race, Terry, and then this journey at Kentucky Downs is over. Again, if you haven't done it already, please subscribe. Many of you have today. We greatly appreciate it, Terry and I. We may not have hit a whole lot of winners today, but I can assure you one thing is for certain. Terry and I worked hard to get all this data, to present it, to bring it to you. In horse racing, sometimes they go your way, sometimes they don't. More often than not, Terry and I do pretty well. Today just hasn't been that day. But we'll be back on Monday at 1 o'clock Eastern, Terry and I, for our daily show, where we'll talk about the weekend's news, some other information that might pop up during the week. I know I saw that today Bob Baffert won't get any Kentucky Derby points. So all his horses are going to go to somebody else, the good ones.
That's
anyway.
Right. Yep.
And then we'll make our pick for it. I haven't decided what track we're going to work on yet, Terry, but we'll know that Monday morning, right?
Yeah, we will.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yes, it's a bigger races soon. Joe said, yeah, he signs amazingly hard place betting in UK. Hopefully be bigger races soon. I agree with you. Thank you, Lola Boy. We appreciate your kind words, too. We really appreciate you being here, and we really would appreciate if you like what we did, a couple thumbs up on YouTube, some likes on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and most importantly, go over and make yourself felt over at Horse Racing Radar for these contests. I mean, a lot of you guys made some really good picks today, and if you made some other good picks along the way, you would have been in line maybe to make $100 for free. So all you got to do is register. Can go over there. We got free picks, articles, all sorts of cool stuff going on. And then there's Terry and I, and then our weekly podcast where we get a great guest. All right, Terry, we'll be back 10 minutes to post for the nightcap. I'm predicting we go out a winner.
Me too.
All right, Terry. We'll see you 10 minutes to post, and let's go home a winner. Terry, I'm looking forward to it. We'll see you then.
Okay. See ya.
Well, Terry, we're to the final race of the day. It is 1 mile on the turf, of course, so that's all they run on over there. Again, you have first-time starters and you have experienced horses, Terry. You got to put them in buckets. We'll talk about the buckets that we're going to pick from. Looking at the post position, you don't want to have inside horses. They haven't performed well at this current meet. You really want posts 4 and out. And then as far as pace is concerned, although early pace does hold on, it's, first to the quarter pole has been there about 50% of the time when they hit the wire, the finish wire. But still, closers have done pretty well, especially those that come from way, way back, probably like 8th and back have done really, really well. Still waiting for Joel Rosario or Brian Hernandez or Rafael Bejarano to pull one of these out, or trainer Brad Cox, McPeak, or many others with 2 wins at the distance, Terry. Let's take a quick look real fast at the pace. You'll see here that Tuskegee Cat is the fastest out of the box and is considerably the fastest out of the box, although we don't quite know what the 3, the 5, the 9, and the 11 are going to bring in terms of pace. Yep. On the way home, the 1 horse, the 6 horse, they have the best late pace figures, so they'll be running hard as the race is coming to a wire, Terry. The idea now is to pick from your 2 buckets, Terry. We'll talk about which buckets we're going to pick from when we make our picks, but let's run through the field real fast. Number 1, close-knit. Horse is making its second start off a layoff, and as I mentioned, should be one of the fastest closers late.
Yeah, that's true. She ran second in her first race of her career at today's distance and returns to the turf again.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and this horse did finish strong last time out, 1 mile, so doesn't seem like the distance will be a issue, and you don't really see a lot of horses debuting at a mile, so that's, I think, a pretty good sign there too. Yeah. Number 2, Baj. The horse did get out to the lead and then kind of gave it up, but we'll have some of the fastest early pace, I think, out of the gates.
Yeah, and it cuts back a little bit in distance, so that might help. Only lost by 2 lengths last time, and best turf speed is close to the average winning speed.
$130,000 Midhurst, Terry, is one of the first-time starters today. Has a decent, really strong breeding numbers for turf and for the distance. Brendan Walsh, Jose Ortiz, obviously not there thanks to or unthanks to COVID. What do you think about the 3 horses' chances?
Yeah, like you said, it has good breeding for the grass and for the route distance. So it could have a chance. We've already had one today that was first time out, had 1. And her workouts have been his workout's been great. Second by out of 11 workouts at 101.2 and 5 furlongs. So
Number 4 is Bourbon on Fire. Isn't that like a flamboy or whatever it's called, where they put the bourbon around the ice cream and light it up on fire?
Yeah.
But in any case, Brian Hernandez, he's been strong at the different distance, Terry. Did improve from the second race to the first race. First time he hit the turf. Showed a little bit better. Has some pretty good late pace numbers, Terry.
Yeah, it does. And actually has a good workout on September 4th, 48.4 breezing, 5th best workout out of 14.
Yes, indeed. And the bettors thought good of him in the first 2 races because he's bet down to about 3-1 and 7-2. King Curlin is another first-time starter. Christopher Amy for Brittany Vandenberg. The 2 hit at a pretty whopping 32% together and find the money 76% of the time. So that's a pretty solid combination.
Yeah, very well bred, and actually, again, has pretty decent workouts.
Yes, and it does indeed have, as you mentioned, it does have some pretty good pedigree numbers, but not as good as number 6. That has the top pedigree numbers in this field. Grail making its second start. Last time out was the favorite at Ellis Park, but at 7-2, that's really not a big favor. Was inside the winner, didn't really have a shot. Maybe improves in the second time off a layoff or second grass race.
Yeah, like you said, first race of the career, ran 3rd and was a lukewarm favorite. So Trader wins 27% of the time when bringing a beaten favorite back to the races. And they're putting blinkers on today. Has a good workout. 3 furlongs, 35.4 is handling from the gate. And that was the second best out of 5 workouts.
Mm-hmm. Number 7 is Tuskegee Cat. horse making its second start after debuting at Churchill. And of all the horses, I think this one had the best debut because it ran against the best competition, obviously, at Churchill Downs. You got Wesley Ward. Waiting for him to show up today as well with Florent Garou. This horse did close pretty nicely last time out, though I do expect you're going to see this one close to the front.
Yeah, it has actually the best turf speed of any of the horses here. So I think it'd do pretty well.
Number 8, Mackenzie's Nova. Horse was the 1-1 favorite in its last at Colonial Downs when it moved off the slop to the dirt, off the turf to the dirt. Was a fast track still, though, so I wonder why they did that. Major downgrade. Should show speed and then maybe tail off at the end.
Yeah. Ran third in the first 2 races of career. Has a good trainer-jockey combination, Kenneth Pete and Julia Lupiere. The trainer, Kenneth Pete, has won 25% of the races when bringing a horse back who's ran second on the grass for a grass race, And I think the shorter distance is a real positive move.
Should help out a little bit. Number 9 is Garmento, another first-time starter with good workouts here too, Terry. Breeding is not as strong as the other 2 first-time starters, but Brad Cox and Joel Rosario, that's a pretty good combination right there.
It is. They've won 2 out of 5 races and had a second and a third.
Yes, I agree with you. Number 10 is Scratched. That's Seal Beach. Number 11 is Long Crow, another first-time starter.
Yeah, actually just mediocre works. Really nothing. For me, it's a toss.
You're going to toss that one out of there. Oh, okay.
Yep.
And then you got number, I think the 12 is Scratched. So that gives us number 13. No, I think, let's see. The 11 and the 12 are in. So I'm sorry. Fierce Debate.
Yeah, it may improve with blinkers added today. So we'll see what happens.
See what happens there. All right. And then number 13 is Scratch. So that leaves one last horse, 14, Baltic Fleet, last time out at Arlington Park, got moved off the turf. Really seemed to like the dirt better than the grass. So I'm wondering if maybe this horse should be running in a dirt race somewhere, not a grass race.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. It showed a lot of early speed in that race at AP, but the trainer wins 28% of the time when he brings the horse back for the second time at a route race.
All right, Terry. So I mentioned before that you usually got to pick when you look at these first-time starters versus experienced starters out of the box of either the first-time starters or the experienced. Which side are you leaning on?
I'm on the experienced side.
All right. So what are your horses going to be?
Going to be 6, 8, 1, and 7.
6, 8, 1, and 7. I'm actually going to go the other way, Terry. I'm going to go with the first-time starters. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go the 9 over the 3, the 5, and the 7. And I'm just going to box them in a trifecta and hope that the first-time starters actually come home 1, 2, 3. If not, maybe the 7 interrupts them somewhere. That's what I'm hoping for. We'll find out. I forgot to take this off the whole time, Terry. We'll find out if that. It's probably better looking than the both of us anyway. So anyway, Terry, we'll find out how they line up when it goes official, my friend.
We sure will.
All right, we'll see you then.
Okay, bye.
Should have used your 6, Terry, with the first-time starters. Would have had a nice trifecta right there.
We would have, yeah, because you had the second and third place horses.
Actually, the 3-horse was the best horse in that race. He might not have won that race, but he was ready to go flying by everybody, and he had to stop mid-stretch. So if he doesn't stop, the 3-horse runs by everybody. I wish I would have put the 6. I should have went with the closer instead of the speed horse.
Yeah.
With the first time starters. I thought maybe the 7 might be able to get out to a lead and kind of fade into a 3rd or 4th place. But 6-horse ran a really good race there. Did get the benefit of some bumping behind him that let him open up again in the stretch. Otherwise, that 3-horse is going to run by everybody. So mark that one down in your horses to watch list, folks, because the next time out, that 3-horse is going to look like he ran an average 3rd place, as most folks won't remember that he literally had to stop mid-stretch on the way home and then try to regroup. And that's just a really difficult thing to do, especially for a horse making its first time start. So let's take a quick look at the final standings in our contest. It looks like Dan's the Man is the man today, the appropriate name.
He beat Cheryl by.
He did in the last race make a big difference. I mean, this day, Kentucky Downs is absolutely an insane track for sure.
Hard.
We want to thank everybody for joining us today. We want to thank everybody who gave us a thumbs up on Facebook, everybody who gave us a follow on YouTube. We greatly appreciate that. Again, Terry and I will be back Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Terry, you want to hack out which track we're going to do right now real quick?
Sure. It'd be fine with me.
All right, let's take a look real quick so everybody will have a sense of what we might be looking at. So let's look at Brisnet and what tracks are running on Monday. I know typically Terry likes to do parks. What we're going to do? I already know what we're going to do, Terry. We're going to do Presque Isle Downs. They have two $100,000. They have two $100,000 stakes races on Monday.
All right.
So let's do Presque Isle Downs on Monday. You can see, I'll show you real quick which ones they are. I don't know what race numbers they are, but you'll see in Blood Horse, you'll see that on the 13th. They absolutely have two stakes races on Monday. So let's go ahead and do Presque Isle Downs so we can cover the two biggest races of the day. And then, of course, there you go, Presque Isle Downs, September 13th, 100 grand, 100 grand, right?
All right. Sounds good.
Sounds good. And of course, Terry and I will try to catch Bigfoot. And if you don't know what that is, tune into the show. You'll figure out what trying to catch Bigfoot is. So far, in 20 tries combined, we've only caught him once, Terry. One time. Very elusive, that Sasquatch.
It's been very hard. Yeah.
All right, Terry, as always, these Saturday afternoons with you are my pleasure.
Me too.
I look forward to next Saturday. I don't know what we're going to be doing, but I'm going to guess it'll be Churchill Downs because the next Saturday starts the 2022 run to the Kentucky Derby with the Iroquois Stakes race over at Churchill Downs. I actually think there's also a Kentucky Oaks qualifier in there as well. So it'll be an exciting day at Churchill, whether we're there or not. But I expect that's what we'll probably be doing.
Okay.
Till we see you again Monday, Terry. As always, everybody, good luck at the races. And I hope that every one of your tickets ends up in the winner's circle. Have a good evening.
Bye. Goodbye.